Toronto. This is 680 News.
Good morning. This is Thursday, July the 9th. I'm Tim Chapman.
And I'm Eden Zababa. Here's what's making news this hour.
Oh, such interesting things. Sweltering, scalding, however you slice it. It's a hot one today as heat warnings continue across the GTA.
Peel police continue to search for the driver responsible for a fatal hit-and-run in Mississauga.
Mandatory mask on the way for Mississauga, Caledon,
niggas do nothing but watch trucks come and go all fucking day long. You think they don't see the one with the fucking blood on it, nigga? My nigga's the reason you ain't getting jacked every fucking day, nigga. You think they're gonna not catch you? And you gonna say you didn't know, I don't believe that. But the point is, you're gonna get caught.
The COVID-19 pandemic on Canadian families. We'll find out from Stats Canada today. And a 2-year audit of Facebook's civil rights record finds serious setbacks. 680 News Time for
weather together on the lines. Here's Michael Ranger.
Remains a quiet drive out on the major routes, just waiting for the rest of his overnight construction to clear up. We still got some ramp closures on the 401 both directions. Eastbound, no access to Black Creek Drive. 2 stretches on the express shut down. Approaching Islington to east of the 400 and then east of Warden to Morningside. Collectors remain open. They're moving fine through both of those stretches. From Broad Street are closed. Looking at the west 401, still no access to Kingston Road. Nielsen, northbound Markham, northbound Kennedy ramps onto the highway all still shut down. Ramp 2, Markham Road and Warden still closed. Collector ramp to southbound Allen, that remains shut down. Southbound Jamestown Parkway, that ramp to the west 401 was closed yesterday for flooding. It is still closed and there's no access onto the highway from southbound Guelph Line. That ramp closed for construction. Northbound 427, no access to Rathbone Road, southbound side of the highway.
Every single one of the idiots in Maplehurst is a Rogersville.
The South 427, they are shut down as well. Transferred into the express from the collectors at Bloor Street, that is closed for construction. And northbound 410, the ramp there to Corny Park Drive, that has just reopened. It was closed for overnight road work. All your other major routes problem-free. Next report is at 441 with your forecast. Here's Adam Stiles.
Yes. Roundtable should start.
It is a hot one again during the day today, heading up to a high of 35. Humidex value in the lower 40s across all of the GTA. The heat warning remains in place. Some chat for most of the day, strong pop-ups north and west of the city, but should steer clear of the GTA. A toasty one today.
Yeah, we tell lots of things that they should steer
right now
clear.
in downtown Toronto and over Pearson Airport, clear skies, 25 degrees, but feeling more like 32 with the humidity. 680 News Time, 4:33.
It'll be a great day to feast on popsicles and ice cream. According to our meteorologist Adam Stiles, our base temperature is supposed to reach 35. And with the humidex, it'll feel more like the low 40s.
Layer up that sunscreen. In terms of the patio,
Are you on fucking drugs?
To be out there with no problems.
The string of hot weather is putting Ontario on track to beat a more than 20-year record set back in 1999. July of that year saw 9 consecutive days with temperatures above 30 degrees, and today marks 8 days in a row. Records aside, the heat warning is still in effect, which means you should watch for heat exhaustion and check on the elderly.
And while many were asking for a relief from the stifling heat, residents in Toronto's West End got some precipitation to the extreme. Some were still without power. Most of those should have the lights back on. We have a few scattered issues.
Oh yeah, the generators. These idiots are passing off like it's normal. It's normal when you hook up a generator for it to put electricity down the hydro lines and set fire to shit. That's just normal. You morons ran that. Instead of running a correction, they just stopped mentioning the 2 stories side by side.
There was a limb that fell about 1 foot in diameter at its base, coming off its tree right on top of a car owned by poor Luis here.
The branch came off its tree. The tree didn't lose its branch.
And what's happening tomorrow?
Tomorrow they insure the car.
The insurance agent.
Get insure the car and tomorrow they kill my house.
Luis and his
I don't
family and
understand
friends
how
and
you're
neighbors
insuring your
went
house
at
in
that
your car.
level handsaw
That
trying
don't
to
make
clear
no
it away.
sense.
Here on Bexley.
Your car's already insured. It's either insured or it's not. They don't have 2 parts to that policy, bro. You don't get 2 separate effective dates on that, so there's something wrong with that story. You bought a car 3 days ago, didn't insure it till tomorrow. That doesn't add up either. Somebody's lying.
The driver responsible for a fatal hit-and-run in Mississauga. Officers say the call came in just before midnight to the area of
Check every
Ontario and
fucking
Dundas
truck.
Street. That's where a 45-year-old man on a bike was fatally struck, but there's no word on his identity at this time.
They can't
Police are still
tell
working on the suspect and vehicle description as well. Anyone with information is asked to come
Except under
forward.
extreme circumstances.
Time 4:35 starting tomorrow. Masks will be mandatory in most indoor
Some
public spaces
45-year-old
in
dude ain't
Mississauga.
coming home in the
Here's Mayor
morning.
Bobby.
Whoever's missing him don't know where the fuck he is yet.
Meanwhile, Brand's Mayor Patrick Brown said he's working towards making masks mandatory in his city. Caledon and Durham region also passed a bylaw making masks
record just
mandatory
got
this
set for the
Friday.
heat. What am I talking about?
And a man who refused to wear a mask in a Mississauga grocery store is now under investigation after video of his racist rant went viral.
It's not his
The
rant,
nearly
it's his
4-minute
assault.
video
It's a
begins
crime.
with a
Why do you always
man
downplay
asking a
that?
employee about the store's mandatory policy.
Well, we're
The
going to
man's
investigate this
anti-mask
news as a
stance
hate
quickly
crime.
evolves
What's the
into a
actual
racist
charge?
rant directed at
Tying
the
a
store's
knot.
Asian employees.
It's not a charge.
It's a communist process. Where do we get our food and communist virus? From China, from you guys.
Now listen very carefully.
The communists, where are you from? Where are you from? No, where are you from?
You already missed it.
I told you I have asthma.
The person who recorded the incident, who wishes to remain anonymous, said it happened at a TNT supermarket.
You hear him scream he had asthma?
Police have confirmed they are investigating this as a hate-motivated incident.
No, assault is a crime. Period. It's not an incident. A news is an incident and not a crime. The woman says, please leave my supermarket. They call her an employee. The guy is screaming, I have asthma. No one's mentioning that.
To remain low.
Who's right or wrong? I'll say some crazy shit about your ass too, but I ain't gonna say some random shit. I'm gonna say shit make you feel bad and get your ass fired. You can say anything stupid in response. You won't get hired nowhere else either. All these men stop.
She says this data will help the city determine when it's safe to move to open more businesses or increase
It's like a drug deal. I show up with my money and exact change and a knapsack and I get what I want and I need and I don't
By
cause
wearing
no
a mask,
problem.
we help reduce virus spread, and we
You
strengthen
idiots are
our
gonna call the
ability
cops.
to get
Physical
our city
assault.
back.
Do this, do
wearing a
that.
mask is
You're a
crucial to
fucking
protect the
shot at the
city's most
grocery
vulnerable
store.
residents,
Goddamn
since you can
tail
spread the
lettuce.
virus without even knowing that you have it. I'm Asher Roth.
Why are we
Fixating News Time 4:37. Navigating the pandemic is proving especially difficult for those who have vision or hearing loss. City News reporter Miranda Fetcher has more from members of the deafblind community.
And you're screaming at people that are so old they can't understand what's being said on the TV anyway.
To know where if people are wearing kind of masks or a face covering or anything like that.
They got Kenny wearing a goddamn mask.
Where the hand sanitizers
No, I
are.
think
These
Kenny must
masks
want
and
to wear it.
coverings are also making it harder than ever to communicate. Masks, they're hard to see, black shirt, black mask. It really messed me up. I went to a doctor's and couldn't see the interpreter. Another barrier is figuring out what exactly
You
is
had an
going
interpreter
on
with
in
their
a world
with their
that
face
caters to
covered.
those who
Are
can
you
see and
fucking
hear.
retarded? Why? I'm your deafblind interpreter. Hey, stuff it, I'm talking. I hate you fucking people. I'm a good person because I work with
In
this and
Richmond,
that.
Miranda Fetcher, City News.
I stay with the trees and the bullet fairy, and the rest of them are gonna get fucking buried out there. Swear to God. So we got a truck we're looking for. Somebody must have seen it hit the motherfucker because they said a tractor trailer hit him. Now it's easy to say, oh, you look like you got hit by a Mack truck. They obviously know we got hit by a tractor trailer. That's what they're calling it. Check the front of every fucking truck and the sides of every trailer. They didn't
to
specify.
administer the Canada Student Services Grant. The YMCA and we
Fuck their private property.
blame
Walk right on and check every
as
fucking
we
truck. Take a
scramble to
picture
get
of
the
every
program
goddamn one. What is the security's gonna do? What? Get shot? Start coughing and
Fixating News
sneezing. He'll
Time
back up.
4:39.
So the
A
BPO,
3-month-old
see if they
baby
fucking
girl suffering
understand
from a
what this
genetic
means
muscle
33
disorder
times.
needed a $3 million treatment to live.
Hey,
Now, an
how
online
white is
fundraiser for
white?
baby
The
Lucy
Union
has
of
reached
Locomotive
close to $1 million
Engineers knows
after
that
getting
this
the
here,
attention of
you
some
better
local
acknowledge
celebrities.
because something
The
bad
city's
about to
Vanessa
happen.
Duran reports.
Lucy, who suffers from spinal
If they know that,
atrophy or SMA,
don't let no private
qualifies for a
Hindu
new
fucking piece of
groundbreaking
shit
gene
security
therapy
guard
treatment
uses
called
TFW
Zolgensma,
permit.
which is not
Oh,
yet
2
covered
second
by
delay
Canadian
kicked in
healthcare
right
and
there.
costs $3 million.
350,000 is Asians cocksuckers, British subjects,
she's hopeful after
talking down at me because I stole the word Indian because I'm a dirty thief because that's what Indians are. Well, that's not what Indians are. Indians are white people from Asia. And we're better than everybody. We have 8 fucking religions and 16 fucking classes, so we can't remember ourselves, but we're better than you. White boy. Call me white again. I'm going to show you what I look like on the inside.
So other families won't have to wait and raise funds to save their babies. I'm Vanessa Dobin.
Oh, y'all not like South Africans or Jamaicans either. That's right. Because Asians are better than blacks and mixed with black. You're right, according to South Africans and British.
The 680 News gas price update.
Y'all better watch the
price
fucking
rose
malls
2 cents at midnight to $1.05.9 cents a liter at most GTA stations. Traffic and weather up next.
Sikhs make great truck drivers. Hindus make horrible security guards. Horrible.
680 News, obviously.
They can't form sentences in English, but they pride themselves in their ability to talk people down from situations. We don't know what they're saying.
Your customers safe. Pharmacy Go is here to help protect you.
You always put their hands up, people.
Pharmacy Go is proud to provide PPE to hospitals and nursing homes. And now you. If Canada's frontline workers can trust Pharmacy Go to keep them safe, you can too. Pharmacy Go also fulfills corporate orders. Buy in bulk for your business and save. Visit pharmacygo.com.
I ain't got to slide out the rap real quick on hop out the window. Cruise down street on 40 or 15, got 50 in the clip. Can't run from this. Ain't no kid to shoot through bricks. Smoke off the glass of donkey shit. Block for fan with the rubber grill. Chris don't leave no clue. Doing night with crews. The dick you still don't move. Flex, I spit that cruising down the street with Mac.
I find it amazing. You got 10 times as many people in the U.S. You got 12 central banks. They don't play no games with your money.
Right hand of 10. We seen it from 4. Cruising down the street with Mac.
Canadian players, that's all we have.
We all trying to score. Big, get low, cause these hit hard. Strap out of 10. We seen it from 4.
Meghan Markle, $10 bill, eh?
Them niggas know how bees do. All they heard was some loud shots from the cop. Can't get no clues. I put it work with that Smith & Wesson. I put it work with that top 2. AK like Bruce Lee, got kicked back, no kung fu. Young nigga with a lot of cash.
Oh, I figured out where we belong. This 3-letter acronym shit's bullshit.
No conversation in my Jason mask. Hey, cruising down the street with my on. Stop in the whip.
Associated Police Military.
Get low, cause we flip cars. Right hand of 10. We seen it from 4.
The SPMM.
Stop in the whip. We all trying to score. Get low, cause these hit hard. Strap out of 10. We seen it from 4.
I've been up for like 42 minutes.
Money ain't shit, the bitch ain't shit. I'm trying to get rich. Shooting AR, they shoot out a car. I'm talking about blitz. Me and bro don't mix. A brick for the kicks, ain't selling no nicks. I'ma feed my thumb to the odds I got.
Well, this orange jumpsuit is great for picking up big, fat, fucking year-old bed bugs. They're like old people. They move slow. They're smart enough not to bite. You're dumb enough to crawl in my clothes while I'm sleeping. Oh, they're all dead. They're all dead. I must have got rid of 2 cc's of blood. I don't know who they're feeding on.
We seen it from 4. Cruising down the street, no matter AR. Strapped in the whip. We all trying to score. Big, get low, cause these hit hard. Strap out of 10. We seen it from 4. Crossing no sandal.
Murder chick. Hey. So it is. It's a coincidence I got this long hair.
in the day when a nigga had his burner. All these fake niggas acting like a dick cooks. Yeah, talking like I let it rip, it won't be a first. In the hood with my gun, niggas know I lurk. Yeah, back in the day when a nigga had his burner.
It's funny.
All these fake niggas
They roll the photograph, they roll it, they stretch it, just like fingerprints to try to. It's supposed to make it easier to see. It doesn't.
I'm chopping, I'm getting real hot. Then it's strap for the clean sport like I'm up. Extended clip with the windows, that's in my glove. It's outside, read apart, that's where I rock. Outside, that's where I rock. Extended clip, hang the glove. J strap, cleans like I'm up. Hey.
Cruising around with the Glock, kid. Cruising around with the Glock. You'll see, the Kanji said. You'll see, cruising around with the Glock.
Back in the day when a nigga had his brother, all these fake niggas acting like a dick girl.
RPG, no gameplay, and massive multiplayer.
Stacking, I'm getting that guap. And nigga talk just like you're really high. City last week, nigga, city get stopped. Why the fuck you acting like you really on a block? You ain't on a block, you be talking to the cops, trying to get me knocked in. Kicked in the door looking for a gun. Lame ass niggas, you already bums. Go to bed hungry, nigga, are you fucking dumb? Chase that nigga down the block, I made a fucking run. Always been
that was 3 insults. Go to bed, that's 1. Hungry, that's the second one. And are you dumb? It's a statement. If you thought it was a question, it's actually 4 insults because you're dumb. Seriously, you are such. Look at the size of this thing, a goddamn grape. It's so fucking big, it can't get to my skin because it can't get through the leg. There you go. Droplets of blood everywhere. That's a half-inch across. That's it. No sense of survival whatsoever. Oh, I'll just wander around big and fat and about to explode. Yeah. How about rub on this guy's leg over and over? That's funny. Every time I touch this hair, his whole leg moves. That's funny. I'm the only animal in the fucking woods that don't want you to touch me. I'm so sick of people. Like, I'm tired of hearing, why don't you want me to touch you? The presumption my entire life from people outside my circles that I'm just expected to allow people to touch me. Well, you're a half-breed nigger lover and I'm white. Why won't you let me touch you? Because I don't give a fuck what you want to have sex with, pussy. That's why. Why I keep calling white people rapists and pedophiles? Because you are. Genetically, inherently. It's all you've done since you got here. You keep telling me I'm white. But the thing is, when I tell you where the white blood in me comes from, you don't believe that either. It ain't from Britain. It ain't from the last 500 years. Oh, you can believe this retard somehow comes from France. Look at him. No Frenchman in the world looks like that. What's he look like? An Arab. Yeah. Goddamn Egyptian. You don't look like he's from Britain. Take a fucking closer look, stupid. He's a fucking matey. You fucking idiots. It's been on the package for 200 years. You're still arguing with me about what white is. I use the white rolling papers with the white guy on them who doesn't speak English. Where's that from? It's got nothing to do with the U.S. Louisiana purchase from who? From who? You purchased from who? You purchased from who? Oh, you mapped out BC in 1880? Well, no, you didn't. But you claimed it in 1867? Really? 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 Oh, because the French, what, lied to you and you fell for it? I'm sorry. That's another funny one, too. I got to hear about the Mississauga, the Credit Valley, which is nowhere near here. Every fucking day about how this is traditionally their land. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Never was. They were passing through one day. There was a bunch of white people handing out gifts. They threw them away and kept walking. We just purchased this land from those Indians. They didn't. The Indians didn't even know what you were talking about. They didn't even write down that they met you, bro. Oh, it's because Indians don't write things down. How are you always burning our books? Bunch of fucking rapists. These niggas shut the playground up. They had that goof aim. So we're looking for a tractor trailer that is somebody. Yeah, I'm gonna walk right out in the middle of every fucking road. Supposedly this is the international sign for stop. Oh, it was like that. Supposedly, I don't know. Supposedly, there's still people trying to give mouth-to-mouth as a part of resuscitation. There is no mouth-to-mouth component to resuscitation. There hasn't been since like 97. It doesn't do anything. In fact, pumping carbon dioxide into my lungs will kill me. I'm better off with no airflow instead of a high carbon dioxide airflow or low oxygen. That part I haven't figured out yet. I think the blood cells react to low oxygen. Your cardiopulmonary system can only react to high levels of carbon dioxide. I'm just dealing with my boys and I get hit. I'm just dealing with my boys and I get hit. Seriously, you're gonna do this again? I'm gonna come up with an operating system. We're gonna call it hemorrhoid. There's not gonna be any volume control. Because if the volume's too loud, you take it away from your ear. Oh, but we have to spend $22 on buttons. The button factory has a contract. I'm just dealing with my boys and I can get it so woke. I'm just dealing with my boys and I can get it so woke. By the way, that light is invisible to the human eye. I'm just dealing with my boys and I can get it so woke. Watch me do it. What do I need buttons for? Of course, I was always of the mind, why do I need the screen to shut off just because it's next to my ear? That didn't make no sense to me. Oh, it's next to my head. I need the screen to shut off because that light might distract me that I can't see. Somebody might see the side of my face. I can't have that. You spent R&D money to fucking come up with that fucking switch, that proximity sensor. You still put 2 micro switches here and the power button. 3 micro switches. A solid state device, really? Why? Yeah, that's 9 times as likely to fail as 1. That's right. It's not 3 times. It's not 3 times 3 times 3, right? Or 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 or some shit. I'm ragging on everybody. You all fucking suck. Sewer Raymond Washington. Oh, look, the radio's frozen.
Like I'm the last of a dying breed. Twin hammers look like the Siamese. I got that beam from the Japanese. My French girl wave figure reminded me of mac and cheese. It is what I asked to be. I'm killing all who's after me. They have to see me rich, and I swear what's up financially. Like who we frontin' for? They flying out like this a trampoline. These bitches couldn't marry a guy. It was a Magdalene. My shot like a little bro, a Tagalog. It's these instrumentals we got with bragging on. It's roast with beer bro class bridges we drag them on. The nigga with the gate and Sega with double dragon on. The Megatron landing in Lebanon. We was slapping it back and forth like a tether ball. Used to live on French Street, right in the Esplanade. Bitches wanna strip and make us film it like espionage. You know that's why they set for it. Like why you niggas ain't potential neck for it. Jumping in shit so we win. Like connect for the cylinder, always a spin. I connect for it right into the dome when I get it out the chest to drawer rapper. When you go on tour, it's all music. Maybe when we go on tour, it's all shootings. Like other straps got kicked, I gotta shoot it. Nigga, if you talk that talk, you gotta do it. Why they try me? I wear my heart on my iron sleeve. I'm the last of a down breed.
Don't give me this you didn't know shit either.
I wear my heart on my iron sleeve.
There's certain angles you won't know, but I don't buy that.
Like he just wanna go on
They would have said the driver might not realize he hit somebody, or they're asking everybody to call the police. They didn't say that. No, because these idiots listen to fucking. Okay. Jonathan Jack Layton, because his name is John, because he's a John. He got caught picking up hookers years ago, and that's how we know his name is John and not Jack. Yeah, that's right. Jack is a fake name. John Jack Layton, who got caught living in subsidized housing illegally and all these other fucking things. Yeah, he got the cancer, eh? Oh, he fucked over my people. We stopped protecting them. He didn't believe that many people hated him. He thought he was the warrior king, the king white guy of warriors. He's 6 and what? How tall is he? Like a half inch as tall as me, like more. Like, oh wow. So why wouldn't he admit nigger or Indian blood? Is he Dutch? What's the deal? Anyway, his wife, I forget her fucking name. She's retarded too. She's got Down syndrome for real. Came out with this idea that these plastic skirts, the little things that wobble like this on the sides of the trailers for aerodynamics, were to prevent cyclists from being pushed under the trailer somehow. Oh, yeah, so you'll get ground against the asphalt instead of, yeah, that makes no sense. Oh, and this is why it's safe to come up behind trailers and shit when they're going around corners, right? It's perfectly safe because the driver can see you and it's got the skirts. This woman fucking put this out 5 years ago. Over and over and over and over. They put fucking billboards up on every fucking subway thing. Bus stop. Well, it shows a picture of like the truck and the trailer, and you should be here and not here. And it's like, oh yeah, you should be right up beside where it's gonna turn and sideswipe you, not at the back. No, you never pass the taillights of a truck. If you can't see the taillights, you are too far up against the side of that truck. The driver can't see you. Cannot see you. Literally cannot see you. It's like a train. It's like if you try to walk into the side of a train while it's going by. It can't stop. It can't see you. Where's it going with it? New retard woman. John Jack Layton's Down syndrome girlfriend, while he's the politician getting 120 grand a year, living in subsidized housing and blah, 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 picking up hookers while he's married to this bitch. And he got stomach cancer that ate him in a week. Pussy. Oh, that's never happened out there. I ain't never heard of that happening there. Tell us about the go cow.
In the chin and they fly with ease. I bleed what I have to bleed. This blood's what I have to see. Big go sit with your fan. I call it Applebee's. Who the fuck trying to get stuck? Tell them ask for me. That match pack about to get stuck. Run the gasoline. I've never lost. I got OGs to get it back with me. Call me down. Call me the crown. Call me your majesty, God. They try to handle me, Lord. No, I play that. The brothers in that great Mac 8-track. They go way back about them all.
Okay, you're crazy.
What?
You know, it's proven that making airplane noises doesn't help you learn languages. You have to say stuff like,
on your head, you already
okay, sounds good.
Why they always trying to snake
going,
that boy? Charlie got
figure out how to say
to shake that boy. Forget about it, you turn me to rock the ASAP boy.
I guess it's better say.
I can breathe and wanna bring that boy. Bringing all that beat to the farm, my man's brain that you don't get respect in the streets. I can't stand with you. Tell you it's right on the beat. Your man's scamming you. The bench is like a beast when it spins. Crash Bandicoot, pull up with a camera crew. Cannons in your face now. Anybody that's like into it.
So all of that means bon voyage or safe and sound all the way. So how do you say all the way again?
But to a Frenchman, the trip doesn't mean you end up where you're going.
All the way, safe and sound, or bon voyage.
In Chinese, you can say.
In the Chinese and the French history of shipping and sailing is totally different, eh? Totally different. There is no bon voyage from the Chinese
perspective. Well, that concludes our great Chinese studio.
Please take care of all your belongings and put your tray tables in an upright position.
How do you say bon voyage in Chinese?
It's pretty easy, huh? 明天见.
明天见.
You know why the tray don't make no difference? Because it's here. It's not here.
Join the most popular Chinese language learning page on Facebook by searching for CRI Learn Chinese. It's a quick yet fun way to achieve your language goals. Start your free lessons now with unlimited videos, photos, and text tutorials on expressions and Chinese culture. CRI Learn Chinese Facebook page. World opens with 你好.
You're listening to China Plus Radio, connecting you with China and the world.
Now the news. I'm Xiaoyi. Chinese State Councillor and Foreign Minister Wang Yi says relations between China and the United States are facing the most serious challenges since the establishment of diplomatic ties in 1979. Wang made the comments while addressing a forum on China-US relations via video link. Wang says some people in the US view China as an opponent or even an enemy out of ideological prejudice. He adds that he hopes the US can build a more objective and calm understanding of China and formulate a more rational and pragmatic China policy.
Well, to me, my feeling,
the Chinese Society for Human Rights Studies has published an article accusing US immigration policies of violating the basic rights of immigrants. It says the religious, cultural, and racial discrimination against immigrants has become increasingly intense in the United States, laying bare the hypocrisy of the US-style human rights. The number of COVID-19 cases in the United States has surpassed the 3 million mark with over 131,000 deaths. New York State remains the highest hit with close to 400,000 infections, followed by California, Florida, and Texas. Top infectious disease expert Anthony Fauci earlier warned that the status of the pandemic in the country is really not good. But President Donald Trump insists the country is in a good place. A Harvard health expert says the U.S. move to withdraw from the World Health Organization is an extraordinarily bad decision. Ashish Jha, director of the Harvard Global Health Institute, says Washington's blame on the organization for not investigating the COVID-19 outbreak in China is deeply disingenuous. He's also calling on the White House to adhere to science, encourage people to wear masks, and conduct social distancing. Two elite U.S. universities have filed a lawsuit against the Trump administration over new rules barring international students from taking online courses in the United States. Harvard University and Massachusetts Institute of Technology sued Immigration and Customs Enforcement after the department announced it will not permit international students on F1 visas to take a full online course load in the fall. The lawsuit seeks an order barring the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and ICE from enforcing the new regulations on international students. The schools say they will pursue the case vigorously so that all international students across the country can continue their studies without the threat of deportation. The number of new COVID-19 cases confirmed in Tokyo had surged to a record high of 224, the highest since the outbreak hit the city. The Japanese capital has continued to grapple with the resurgence of cases since the government's emergency declaration over the virus was completely lifted in late May. Local officials have voiced concerns about the rising possibility of the virus being passed on from younger carriers infected in downtown areas to the elderly. China reiterates that it has no plans to join the United States and Russia in their talks to renew a nuclear arms control treaty. Officials say it is unrealistic to expect China to join such talks given the huge gap between its nuclear arsenal and those of the US and Russia. Figures from international think tanks show that the U.S. currently has 5,800 nuclear warheads, almost 20 times the number of China's warheads. China's consumer price index rose by 2.5% year-on-year last month. The main gauge of inflation expanded 0.1 percentage points than May, largely due to increasing prices of pork and vegetables. The producer price index went down 3%. The decline narrowed from a 3.7% decrease in May. China has added another 2 geological parks to its list of UNESCO Global Geoparks, bringing the total number to 41. The Shaanxi Geopark in Hunan Province and Zhangye Geopark in Gansu Province were approved as global geoparks by the Executive Board of UNESCO at its 209th session. To date, the number of global geoparks in China has surpassed 1/4 of the world's total. And that's the news. I'm John.
I don't know what a geopark is. We're talking about geocaching for a second there. What is a geopark? Are all parks not geo?
Everybody, welcome to Roundtable, coming to you live from Beijing.
Wow.
Roundtable.
Connecting China and the world.
We bring you fun and timely discussions about what's affecting our lives everywhere, every day.
Tune in to Roundtable, where the East meets the West, and understanding is the goal.
Understanding is the goal.
Insightful analysis.
This is, after all,
friendly debates. Find all that and more on Roundtable, where passion meets in-depth discussion and covers the hottest topics in China.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Roundtable, coming to you live from Beijing. I'm He Yang, joined by Lai Ming and Neela. Good as always to have you for this ride. We have some fascinating topics for discussion today and every day. On today's program, studies show cohabitation before marriage is accepted and practiced by more couples of the new generation. We take a look at the social change that triggers this phenomenon. And midnight snacks don't just keep you fed during the night, but it can be a necessity for those working late. Do you order these late night snacks? We want to know.
I know
you can send an email to us,
there has to be.
or just get in contact with us at Easy FM Roundtable at foxmail.com, or you can find us on Apple Podcast at Roundtable China. Subscribe, rate, and review us. It will help other folks to find the show.
Really, you're completely wasting your time.
Today's Roundtable,
30 seconds right there.
Living together before marriage is increasingly popular among unmarried couples in China, and that is the finding of a study that looks at unmarried people in 11 cities but are living together. So let's take a look at this phenomenon. First of all, Lai Ming, I'm going to direct this one at you. Is it a common option for people before marriage?
Well, that's a very tricky question to begin with.
I know, I think.
What is common? What is common?
Okay. Is it something that people would frown upon? Is it something that people would not even?
Like he's about to get in trouble for something.
Bad eyelashes.
It's common.
Well, I don't know, because if you use common sense, if you assume that everybody is thinking that way, if you assume that you know social norm, yes, I think in that context, people are more willing and more likely to move in together before they are getting married these days than it was the case before. But I would argue that it's never been the common sense. There's never been a social norm. Because I study history, and therefore I know that in ancient China, as well as in some other countries, some European countries as well, we used to have pretty strict rules regarding, vis-a-vis women, and how they should behave, and we prefer them to stay indoors, that sort of thing. Not to say that I agree with that social norm, but
I don't know what you people think vis-a-vis means, because it means face-to-face women. I don't know what you just said.
It was actually not the social norm, unless it was except for the wealthy, affluent families. So only those families can afford to have their daughters or women staying at home and doing nothing at all. Whereas most of the poor families and their women, they need to do something. They do a job. Maybe
if it wasn't for Hitler,
do laundry in the river, that sort of thing. So there was no strict restrictions on the movement of females. And that was a very typical example of how we perceive social norm. And likewise, I mean, the situation with moving in together, cohabiting, here in China, we would like to think that maybe decades ago, this is something that we would frown upon. But in fact, maybe that's not entirely the case. I mean, at least it's not representing the whole of the truth.
China, the
because one thing that shocked me at one point in my lifetime was the finding that actually in rural China, we tend to believe that rural Chinese are a bit more conservative regarding morals and ethics.
You've seen all the same World War II movies I have.
Shocked me was actually
like the news guys
in some parts of the country,
the UN
the parents on both sides, they're actually okay with their daughters, with their children living together before marriage, and so my explanation, my way to understand it was perhaps they really wanted offspring. They wanted to make sure that when their kids get married, they are fertile.
And the other thing is the eunuchs, which went by the wayside because they thought eunuchs couldn't have sex. No, eunuchs can fuck all day. They can't get young pregnant. Right? That's the exact
even
opposite
before
of what the
they
kings were
decide
going
on
for.
getting married, upon introduction to each other, they decided to move in together and have
different sides.
And consummate marriage. Even then, there was marriage.
Well, let me might just ask, what kind of time frame would we be talking about? Are you talking about here?
Time frame would be these days.
Oh, very interesting.
Wait. These days, people moving together to figure out whether they're fertile?
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous. It sounds simple. But that's really how we do things in the world. You think we got fertility clinics in the ghetto, and the barrio, and the favela?
But nonetheless, I was shocked as well to find out that there's some parents were willing to let their adult children move in together and then see if they could conceive and get pregnant before they actually go ahead and do the paperwork and also the rituals and ceremony and stuff.
Yeah, and sometimes I know in rural areas that maybe there isn't as much importance that's attached to the piece of paper as to, let's say, having that
the wedding ceremony.
Yeah, the banquet of inviting all the neighbors in the village to come together, and sort of as long as you're seen as married among the people around you, and then it's almost like you are married
and you can breed.
Well, I guess that is an important part of byproduct of marriage. And
you get byproduct of marriage. This is how they kind of those things.
Yeah, but what happens? Here's the question, because obviously I feel like they're touching breeding as part of one of the key or one of the most important factors, whether the parents will allow this couple to get married or not. Because you just said one of the reasons is for them to cohabit before they get married is to make sure that they are fertile. So what happens if one of them is unfortunately not able to breathe?
I suppose they'll go their separate ways. Again, the focus is not. It's important not to judge, because they believe in that way. I mean, that's the way we're living, and that's what they believe. That's their social norm. I mean, in a different culture, maybe people are still practicing polygamy. I mean, that's not for us to judge. I mean, that's their way of living.
They don't do it in rural China.
In some part of the rural China,
some old rich
parents might
Chinamen
believe that
farmer,
to make sure that we get grandchildren. I mean, that's what they believe in. I mean, I believe over time this will change, but right now, I mean, maybe they're at this point of history where they just believe.
Who holds the sake?
And also, I think it's important to bear in mind that China's a vast country, very diverse, and what Liming just shared with us is certainly
one segment of it.
Yeah, and it just really, opens my eyes on many occasions when you see that at different corners of this country or around the world, and people might be practicing a very different kind of lifestyle, as well as, perception towards things in life, and I find that always to be an enriching experience. And I feel, I've learned something more about this world, kind of thing. But also bear in mind that there is the legal aspect of things, and
talk about the second kid
we're not
license.
breaking the law. And I think there's definitely the freedom of conducting things according to your belief in your life, kind of thing. So when we talk about cohabiting, is it something that is, I guess, what's your observation in other places around the world when it comes to the social acceptance of it, Neela?
I think it's, for me, it's one thing that I'm a huge advocate for, because I just don't believe you can just marry somebody. Well, you can, in some situations you can, after knowing this person for a period of time. But I do think, cohabitation is one way to sort of get to learn more about your partner before you commit a long-term or make that long-term commitment. It's sort of like, I think it could be rewarding, because normally we say when you're dating a person and you're living far apart, there are quirks, the things that they might do or that you might not understand their value, because the daily things, the daily routines people engage in, even a morning routine can tell you a lot about a person. And if you live with them together, I feel like that's when you start realizing the things you like about them, the things you don't like about them, and if they have more things you like about them and some things you don't like about them, then you have that decision to make whether this is somebody you can actually commit or settle down with for a long time. And I feel like in most cultures, and particularly when you look in Western European cultures, a lot of these countries look like Sweden, like the Nordic countries. If you look at Germany, more and more young people are choosing not to have the formal wedding or to have a marriage, because for them it's all about, well, if we can live together and you want to be with me, I want to be with you, what's the point of having a piece of paper? Because at the end of the day, paper or not, I still want to be with you. And so a lot of young people are settling down, and sort of like governments there have recognized that, because a lot more young people want to be in a civil relationship. They want to live for a long time. They can still afford to have children, etc., without particularly getting married. So now you can actually you can have a civil partner or somebody you're cohabiting with to get the same rights as a married couple. And so young people are saying, well, if my partner can get the same rights as if they're my girlfriend, a living girlfriend, and they can get the same right as if they were my wife, what's the point of getting married? So I think in such an aspect, society is changing. There are places where marriage is still a really, really important thing. There are cultures where people still believe you can't have sex before you get married. But I think with time, I think it just depends on the society and what they tell you about the
eunuchs. Yeah, I think we are at a point where we are questioning the institution of marriage.
No tongue, no
something
balls,
that
and everybody treats you like a
only
slave.
were accustomed to maybe in the past a few hundred years. And well, if you look back further back into history, then people just moved in together. I mean, maybe there was a man of religion to administer the oath or something. I mean, that's just
religion.
At the end of the day, what's important
Which
is
Chinese
you guys
dynasty
decide
are
to
you
live
referring
together
to?
and decide to share a life together. So, in my opinion, from this point of view, maybe this couples moving together to see things, whether it works or not. I mean, that's just it's a natural.
I think for me the most important questions here are, first of all, when do you actually move in? When do you decide to move in? And do you have a conversation about the moving in part, or does just one partner carry their luggage and decide, now I'm in your apartment, I've just moved in, without having a discussion with you?
Does that actually happen?
It does happen. I've seen that happen.
You can easily just shut the door and not allow the person in. That's probably the end of it.
So.
There are couples. I've seen that happen even here in China with my friends, where they met a girl, and this girl was invited over for a hangout. Maybe they've been dating for a month or so, and then one time the girl just turns up with luggage and never leaves. And then it becomes a question of asking friends to
you're a pussy
go
fucking homo, obviously.
tell her to leave,
You hate everything cis normative.
You don't want to have her. I mean, it happens. So there are situations where I believe moving in together should be a conversation, and also it should be, you've been dating for a while, and then you decide,
you're a heterophobe.
Well, you have two apartments. You're living in Beijing. Both of you pay rent, and rent is expensive. And you've been seeing each other, and you've reached a particular point where you can see being with each other for a long time. This is somebody you're accepting as become a part of your life. Then you sit down and talk about, like, well, instead of like me coming over on weekend and then you come over on weekend, why can't we just have the same place, share the bills, and then see where this goes. And also, I think once you move in, I think it has to be talked about, like, why you are cohabiting. Because some people just assume that just because you are cohabiting, this should lead straight to
cohabiting is when you're sharing needles.
I think conversations need to be held, and people need to be on the same page. Because otherwise, just cohabiting, there are cohabiting scenarios where it's a prerequisite for long-term relationship, because now you've agreed you want to live together, and it's sort of like a practice of what's going to come when you get married. For some people, it's because I really don't know you that much, but I really want to learn about you.
Very interesting. I think also, just on a side note, just by listening to Neela, what you said just now, it's almost like it just got even more more difficult to understand and messier when it comes to dating and what leads to marriage, kind of thing. Because in the old days, that I mean possibly 20 years ago or so, I mean back then, cohabitation is not, I wouldn't say it's on the menu. Maybe sometimes people discuss it, but certainly it's not a go-to option for most people here in China.
Luckily, 4% of men and women who entered into the first marriage 20 years ago thought it was okay to do cohabiting and living together, that sort of thing. So it's been going up, and the percentage of men and women who are open to the idea. I mean, nowadays we're looking at 28% of men.
But 20 years ago, when you surveyed everybody, you did not survey the
the
relevant population cohort that would be affected.
To 2000 to 2009.
Negative 4-year-olds.
Maybe we're looking at bigger.
It should be very different now. Yeah.
So just by the figures of those 2 decades, you see that there's huge change. And now the assumption is there's possibly more people who are accepting this idea. And also we have checked out an online survey that came out in 2017, actually done by Gemini.com, a popular matchmaking platform, and it covered more than 7,000 samples of people who were born in the 1990s, and a lot of them have chosen to move in with their potential partner before marriage. And what are some of the interesting findings that sort of is worth our attention?
Well, like 80% of men would choose cohabitation before marriage, while only 43% of women would. I mean, but I don't. Yeah, but I don't. Yeah, I don't quite agree with the numbers here.
Exactly,
that's obviously a survey, and people say something, but they could do something entirely different when they are actually doing.
You just tell us 60% of Hong Kong people
exactly
supported the new law.
Figures to
that same
make a
survey
judgment
technique.
on what people are doing and thinking these days. But nonetheless, I mean, it's a good reference point to know that people are more and more open to the idea of cohabiting before marriage.
Mm-hmm. And is there a gender difference when it comes to the consideration process of making this decision?
Well, I'm not sure how these young folks are thinking these days, but back in my days, but back in my days, I mean, there's obviously a
I want to know her internet search history.
Which I don't quite agree.
Actually, no, I don't.
I mean, you
I don't
can't
see
say
it. I just kind of want to know what it is.
You still fall in these young people's cohort.
Sure, maybe.
Even though you're married.
Okay, then I see this pattern in people of my age when I was much younger. So in other words, people like men in my age would think of this as an opportunity to get laid. Whereas
I was just gonna say I need a Jamaican nurse.
Women would think by moving in they're doing men a favor. I mean, there's certainly a percentage of them that are thinking this way. But I think this is paradoxical. I mean, when they're moving in, they're having sex. It's got to be consensual. It's not anybody doing somebody else a favor. So at least that's what I observed from some of the people around me.
And I think that's what it brings me back to the question of when you move in with somebody, you have to ask yourself, what are the reasons to move in with somebody? In my case, if I look at my generation or the friends of my generation, if somebody wants to get laid that often, trust me, they will not want to move in with anybody.
Right.
They will not want to move in with anybody. They would want to utilize, to maximize as much as possible, you know, the modern day technology of.
Yeah, but okay, you're talking about it's not okay. Wait. You're talking about the number of partners. I'm thinking of the number of
one and whatever. But normally, I think, in my opinion, in my experience, when somebody asks you to move in with them, it's actually because they see themselves like they've reached that point where they feel comfortable around you. They want to spend more time with you. And maybe you live in different parts of the city and it's just such a hassle to see each other that often. And if you live together, it means you're going to, spend more time with each other.
Yeah, and also, I hate to be the not so romantic one here. There is the economic cost, especially if you're living in a city, and especially among those who are not originally from the city, which is quite common. I think for young
the vast
people
majority of the fucking
days,
people.
and I mean those, at least in their 30s or 20s or what have you. And moving in together makes a lot of economic sense because it's going to be two people sharing the rent instead of paying rent separately. Or sometimes, I mean, here you got to give it to the Chinese guys. According to the survey, a very high percentage of them actually would shoulder the rent themselves instead of letting their female partner pay.
This is why I don't understand why only 43% of the women would not want to cohabit. Well, I would think that number would be the other way around.
This is where I think it's paradoxical. I mean, this mentality, which I just mentioned earlier,
87 and 43. That's 2 to 1. There's something.
Thinking that maybe men are getting the better end of the deal.
2 dudes to every girl.
Hold
on a second.
Women
Who's
are
being the real
entering
slut?
into something that they're actually sacrificing a lot more.
He's paying rent. I'm moving in.
Is that? Oh.
Because it also
I can afford a
subsequently, I
Chinese
think the
condo.
underlying assumption is people's different ideas towards
fourth ring road.
what's valuable to you and what are you giving in this relationship and how much are we measuring according to monetary terms. Also, there might even be the calculation of the female body of is it whenever you tie the finances to this, it always gets kind of tricky.
But I'm thinking maybe it could be because some of these women are not ready. They feel like if they do that, they will be pressured into marriage and they don't feel like they are ready. I think at the end of the day, it's just complicated. For me,
he's gonna leave you
having the experience, honestly, even if in my head I'm thinking, well, like marriage doesn't cross my mind, and you want to get laid as much as possible. This number one, I can stay. I have friends to spend time with. I don't have to spend time with you all the time, because if you're in my presence all the time behind closed doors, then obviously one person is gonna want, a lot more activity than the other. Well, so
fuck all this fucking alluding to shit.
And if you feel pressure to get married, you move out, because if you're not ready, be honest with yourself and be honest with your partner. I'm not ready. And also, if you realize that you are not sexually attuned to each other, then again, that's also another reason not to move in together, or to tell the partner, look, I think here sexually we are very incompatible. Then you move out. Well, I was just saying, like, there are people out there who make decisions like this, you know. I might not love you or see us getting married, but we're living in the same city and I'm dating you right now. And you're paying the bills.
Community members that vote Communist Party of China, correct?
But as a woman in this, I could also see that she would feel that, I mean, if this guy's paying so much and almost, paying for me to stay here, then that would be extra pressure on like how I would feel about myself. And especially when I disagree with the guy, do you feel obliged to behave in a different way?
How did you move in with him?
Surrendered some of that financial.
No, that's what the conversations come in. Usually, I've been in that situation where a guy paid the rent, the bills, whatever. Then I have that conversation because I also have a job. I would say, okay, when it comes to other things like utilities, like buying groceries, taking a taxi, I pay for that. But again, most of the time, because some of these men just want to feel, I can take care of somebody, and if they want to take care of me, what's the problem?
That sounds good.
Yeah. So yeah,
that's an idea. I think totally
moving in together is a very good opportunity for both parties to know each other.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I don't buy the thing about people saying that they want to know about each other in terms of sex, values, and emotional feelings. These things you can talk about, you can experiment with, even when you're not moving in together. But by moving in, you are getting involved with another person's lives in a much deeper and much more meaningful way. So there are some trivials that you would never be able to talk about and find out about without moving in together. So, yeah.
Yeah, and also really interesting, according to the survey, is that there are two major camps of people's understanding as they're going into this kind of relationship. That is, some people believe that this leads to marriage. Some people believe like, this is just experimenting and trying things out, and whether we'll get married, it's a different story. And I understand it's so difficult to have these conversations in a candid fashion when it comes to your feelings and possibly marriage in the future. So yeah, I guess communication skills is always relevant, even in this aspect of things. You're listening to Roundtable. We'll be back with more Roundtable discussion.
Looking for passion? How about fiery debate? Want to hear about current events in China from different perspectives? Then tune in to Roundtable.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Roundtable, coming to you live from Beijing.
Roundtable. Connecting China and the world.
We bring you fun and timely discussions about what's affecting our lives everywhere, every day.
Tune in to Roundtable, where the East meets the West, and understanding is the goal.
How are you? What's on your mind? Let's have a heart-to-heart on Roundtable. Ask us anything. We'll help you answer it. Send a voice memo to EZFM Roundtable at foxmail.com. We'll play your question on Roundtable, then talk through it on the live show. Take care. We can't wait
Where's my
for
other
heart
fucking goddamn lighter?
Informed opinion and heated debate. Find out what's got China talking, and join us for your roundtable discussion.
I'm up here somewhere. That was my second and third backup lighter.
You're listening to Roundtable with myself, Young, joined by Liming and Neela in the studio. Coming up, midnight snacks don't just keep you fed during the night, but it can be a necessity for those working late. We take a look at the delivery orders of late night snacks in 11 Chinese cities. And apparently a lot of athletes in the world have their own personal rituals that they practice right before a major match. And,
and they all involve
we'll
somehow
talk about,
either gay sex or no sex or not talking to women because their energy
people can pick up on during the pandemic when we're all looking
pretending
for
to not
that
be pretending that you're not gay. What the fuck?
And you can find us on Apple Podcasts at Roundtable China.
The Romans have been
And
dead for 2,000 years, buddy.
You can also reach us or email us to ezfmroundtable@foxmail.com. And if you have a question, we are here to answer it, or at least, provide you a different perspective. With group effort. And to participate, please send a voice memo to ezfmroundtable@foxmail.com, and we'll give you that reply on the live show. And another way to reach us is, of course, through our app. The Samsung Talking app. Leave us a message. We will get to understand what you think of the show and give you a reply, of course. And also, all of the previous shows is resting safely in the archives on our Samsung Talking app, so please feel free to check them out. And now our roundtable as we continue our discussion. Summer evenings cannot be short of midnight snacks such as beer, crayfish, and barbecue. For those who stay up late watching TV series and playing games, night snacks are the perfect supplement of the evening. For those working overtime, midnight snacks in the office is an energy and morale boost. Yeah, so we're seeing that there are more orders of midnight snacks compared to the last few months. Liming, what have you found?
I have found that actually in cities like Guangzhou, late night takeaway orders have always remained high and stable. But nonetheless, in other parts of the country like Beijing, Shanghai, Shenzhen, Hangzhou, so many other cities, 10 other cities across the country, the proportion of late night takeaway orders, they're also rising. Well, of course, with the exception of Beijing, I mean, that's rising slightly slower than the rest of the country because we're still in the midst of COVID-19, a relapse of it. So it's picking up much more slowly here. But nonetheless, late night snacks are rising, and that's only natural because we are in summertime and people are going to bed much later in the night than they used to in winter time, and also it's much easier to go out these days. I mean, I remember in college we used to go out, sneak out of the campus to a nearby restaurant. It wasn't even a restaurant. It was just an open space outside of the restaurant, and they have some small tables and some stools. So we just sit there and have some barbecue and beers.
That sounds like
you're a nigga, dog. Did you know that?
A young person, yeah. Well, Neela, that does remind me that experience of sitting outside on a small stool and like, looking back, sometimes I'm like, how I never got food poisoning. I will never understand.
The alcohol made you puke.
Yeah, those I think it really brings back good memories. When I was living in Shanghai a few years back, and that's exactly what I used to do with some friends. But it wouldn't be like, okay, now I'm just lying there on the couch and now let's go for midnight snack. No, it would be like maybe we were out doing something. Sometimes it would be we just came from dinner. No. Then we decided to walk around. Then we went somewhere else for a cocktail or two, and then we end up. Shall we sit down and have some chores and and then before you know it, you're sitting there and you're talking and you're meeting locals and talking to these local people who are, also sitting there minding, and it was really nice.
We're talking apart.
And it's just nice out.
Yeah, our days of fast metabolism and beers and barbecue.
Yeah, when calories weren't the thing that you were thinking, that wasn't on your mind. And this summer certainly is quite different because going out on a wandering like that
He's gonna be 41
is simply
today.
not advised, because with all the social distancing practices and also just keeping yourself safe from the virus,
Where the
and
fuck did you just come from? You just
hopefully
fell
maybe next
onto my
summer
leg.
it feels, although it's still, not stopped some people from going out, or actually with this
Where the fuck
with
is
this
my
survey we
fucking
found
lighter?
that
Jesus, I hate
those
this shit, man. My
who
whole
are
life, little
working
things go
late
missing.
are
Pieces of paper,
making
all that
these
stupid.
orders too, and that's always a way to, I think, measure actually economic vitality in a way that people are so hardworking, and they have these orders to fill, and they need to work later than the time that they usually go home.
Yeah, and we also see variation across cities in this regard as well. Among the cities that they look at, Chengdu and Chongqing, they have long been known for their laid-back temperament, have a higher proportion of orders from residential areas. In comparison, in Shanghai, 80% of night snack orders also came from home, but in other cities like overtime meals from office buildings also share a strong proportion, like in Shenzhen, Guangzhou, and Hangzhou, respectively. 23%, 19%, and 18% of night snack orders came from office buildings. So about 1/5
those people aren't having sex before moving in
coming
together.
from people that are still working overtime, and that's just respectable.
Yeah, so hardworking, devoted to your job kind of thing. And also, what about the spending on night snacks? I would think it shouldn't be very much, considering that this is, although some people jokingly say a fourth meal, but for most folks, it's not, it's like a supplementary meal, if you have to say.
Well, actually, based on the experience living in Beijing, I was actually a little shocked by the finding that most people are actually spending less than 25 yuan on late night snack orders. Like 23% of the orders came from residential areas in Beijing, while 25% came from the office building. So a lot of them were ordering less than 25 yuan. But it's easy. It's quite easy for somebody to overshoot beyond 25 yuan when they're ordering snacks, especially with barbecue. I mean, something that's got to cost like 2 yuan.
5 yuan.
5 yuan?
Or a stick.
Yeah. Okay. So you get what? 3 or 4, and you shot over.
Usually I shoot for 5.
That's a good number, and you can taste different flavors and different kind of ingredients, kind of thing. But maybe, yeah, for Beijing, actually, I think that's considered very affordable. But I know in some of the, let's say, second-tier cities or smaller cities, actually, with 25 yuan or so, you can get a really fancy meal.
Yeah, maybe a fried rice or fried noodle, that sort of thing. I mean, that's really efficient in making your stomach full.
But then again, I'm not quite surprised about a lot more people snacking at midnight as here in China. I think it could also be a lot of people eat. Like dinner here is a bit earlier. Like if you had dinner at 5:30 or 6 p.m. and you're still awake and active or working,
of course I'm gonna be awake at
so your brain is like, well, you gotta eat something because you can't just be using without fueling, and but it's different. So some people could also just be out of boredom, and for me, I'm one of those people.
My wife is
it's more like I don't know what to do with myself. So the next thing is, and particularly if I'm watching TV and I see somebody's eating really delicious food, or I'm watching something and I'm seeing, this person eating this from these videos on YouTube. What was that thing we discussed?
Mukbang?
Mukbang, yeah.
Yeah, so when
you're like,
a person's eating in front of the camera.
Yeah, I've got some chicken. Just take one. One leads to 2, and or somebody. I think my biggest weakness is usually when I'm watching television and I see somebody, after work they plop themselves on a comfortable couch and then they pour themselves a lovely glass of wine. Then that literally, I wouldn't care what time it is. I would just like, okay, except morning, but like if it's midnight or 1 a.m., I would literally try to say, you know what, we're keeping each other company over here.
Yeah, yeah, and it's so interesting. See, that kind of lifestyle, I just cannot. I cannot let myself slip into, because I know after like 2 nights in a row, I will balloon into a mega potato because I put on weight really easily eating at night. And this is exactly the reason why I haven't checked out a few food documentaries recommended by my very good friend on Shen, because the only time I have to watch these shows is after work, obviously, and just watching these food documentaries or whatever shows or video clips, or another one I really like is and I don't allow myself to watch at night, is Smap Bistro. Like it has these just amazing looking dishes, and when you're watching these things right before going to bed, it is just a no-no, because
42 degrees.
You just feel so hungry as a result, and I know that's gonna lead me to some health hazardous areas, and I should not be doing that. But it's really interesting to see when we read these reports and surveys about midnight snacks and stuff. It also, I think, shows that for a lot of people out there, they have a much more interesting life than I do. Like, I try just to go to bed when they're still ordering night snacks, and for various reasons. And
10 p.m. like that. That's just quite late for something.
And it's funny because it's usually exactly around 10 or 11. When I've just been sitting there nicely, I had my dinner at 5:30. Then something happens, and all of a sudden, I have this insatiable craving for something.
Well, it's been 4 or 5 hours. You're bound to feel a little hungry.
Yeah, but I don't know where these triggers come from. But then I've realized, okay, so to avoid eating like typical food, then I've made sure now I have at least popcorn. Because popcorn, you can have a big bowl of it, and it's not much, and it's
with caramel.
less than 100 calories.
But with caramel, right?
No, I hate sweet popcorn. Proper popcorn is salty.
Okay.
Sea salt popcorn. That's really popular flavor, I believe. And what about this year with COVID-19, on people's minds? And we've definitely seen a bit of difference, as Liming has mentioned earlier, about the
recovery in Beijing is slower than the rest of the cities.
Yes, and actually we've seen that, for example, in Wuhan. Now, actually, more people are ordering snacks because things are a lot better in that city, and very much returned to the regular order of things.
Yeah, but in the city of Wuhan, late night snacks are somewhat more expensive than they usually are, because the cheapest food stands that are not open yet, and only those bigger brands, bigger restaurants are opening nowadays, so people have to end up paying more when they have this late night cravings.
Yes, and what about crayfish? Apparently that is almost the symbol of midnight snacks in China.
Yeah, because crayfish, unlike what you have in the US, I understand that in Costco they have crayfish without the shells, so you can usually buy them and cook them at home. But nonetheless, here in China, crayfish is as much a snack as a form of sport. So you have to pick the shell out of the shrimps yourself, the crayfish. So it's kind of fun. You exercise your fingers all the while you talk to your friends.
Like a delicacy for that same reason.
I can see this like it's something that I would do, but on a weekend with friends, we've been out there, had a few beers, and you want to continue the night outside, outdoors, and just chit chatting, because it will be more like the experience you're having rather than the food itself. So I can see myself doing this on a weekend with a bunch of friends.
Yeah, but this year, unfortunately, the crayfish business has been hit by
Wonder how these people could stand on the corner
particularly
taking pictures while
because
they're shootouts
a lot
and
of
shit.
the
They've never
crayfish
seen
farming
this shit in real life.
companies or businesses are pretty close to the city of Wuhan, or at least in Hubei province, in the Xuyi. So I remember at the very beginning of the recovery, there was a lot of buzz surrounding promotions of crayfish coming from Xuyi. So, but nonetheless, COVID-19 has impacted the business in the sense that
the dirty motherfuckers are picking us dead.
The window of opportunity to extend the farming. Because crayfish, you usually have to do the farming in the month of March.
Yes.
And March obviously was
the fuck do you know
the
that?
depth of COVID-19 here in this country. So they missed the opportunity, and therefore, unlike the past few years where we, at this month of the year, we are already talking about food delivery. And I think last year and the year before, we placed orders for crayfish multiple times in summertime. But this year, none of us, in my family at least, we haven't thought about ordering crayfish. Partly because Beijing was still quite on high alert with COVID-19, but partly because we haven't seen any serious promotional activities or commercials on social media or
because the government keeps advertising for free.
I imagine business is hit pretty hard.
Interesting. Also, I've seen actually on some of the live streams that came from Hubei province, and it was a couple of months ago, that these live streams were heavily focused on selling the local produce, and crayfish was one of them. And because these farmers who farm crayfish, and they were struggling to get to their customers when logistics and your usual consumer base might just simply, the whole thing has been disrupted. So through the live streams, though, they could have orders from all over the country, which was great. But then it presented another challenge for them in the sense that for some of these farmers, they were so very accustomed to selling local, but to sell to the whole country meant that they had to figure out new avenues of transportation, as well as keeping these goods refrigerated. But some of these very smart and quick to react
you don't have easy access to refrigeration in China. Get the fuck out of here. How do you think you dominate the fresh food market of the world? You
out. And this is definitely
it's so fresh because we live in Beijing. You could live anywhere and get Beijing fresh food, eh?
Consumers being rather cooperative and really like
$13 instead of $50 for the garlic and the onions.
Supportive is a better word. Because they wanted to help out those in Wuhan and Hubei province, and also see that business acumen of these farmers, as well as people working in the industry, trying to find out new ways to keep the business afloat and reach out to customers. So this is an interesting time for sure, that we see people are helping each other out, as well as trying to be as flexible and smart as they can be to stay in the business.
Yeah, I also wonder whether the fact that COVID-19 was initially detected in a wet market in Wuhan, and then later on in June in a fish chopping board in the Xinfadi wholesale market, has anything to do with people's maybe caution against seafood, that sort of thing. But I imagine it would take some time before people regain faith in seafood and crayfish. But I hope the recovery is sooner than we expect.
Yes, and well, that's another way to sort of get a feel of what's going on in China and how people are conducting their lives. You're listening to Roundtable. Coming up next, we're going to talk about the rituals that keep athletes grounded, and maybe they can help us too.
That was a very risque joke she just told.
Looking for passion? How inspiring. Want to hear about current events in China from a different perspective? Then tune in to Roundtable, where East meets West. Understanding is the goal.
It's the hour of roundtable with myself, the young Lai Ming and Neela in the studio.
What's that translator
With stress levels high during the pandemic, every day can feel like an overtime for some people. Many athletes have their own rituals that keep them grounded before major tournaments. Is it something that we can borrow too when it comes to finding peace during a global pandemic? So
what?
Is having this ritual is important for people, athletes, before they go into a game?
Like rituals, what rituals are we talking about? Like Serena Williams bouncing her tennis ball 5 times before her first serve? Or is it Roger Federer or Rafael Nadal getting a bite of banana every once in a while during match? I mean, I remember seeing that and finding it pretty odd, but later on found out that it actually is meaningful in the sense that banana is a very nutritious food. And therefore, he's getting surplus energy.
No, some old Chinese guy started telling me that because you told him about
seeing him walking to the banana and taking a bite and then walking back to the course.
Yeah, they're laughing because it's weird.
That's an experience. That's a moment when he may be able to clear his mind, while his opponent is getting more and more anxious because of the recess, that sort of thing. So
the recess works in his favor, but against his opponent's favor. It doesn't make sense.
In our lives,
because you put something phallic in your mouth, you got superpowers, right?
Like Caroline Shelby, which is a PhD, a sports psychology expert from Professional Athletes. She said rituals allow you to create a pathway to connect your mind and body and feel in control during a time when there are a lot of unknowns. So I wonder whether the fact that Rafael Nadal or Roger Federer is walking to a banana and taking the break is the moment that for him to reconnect
he doesn't drive
his
a race car
and body while leaving his opponent dry on the court.
What do you think, Neela?
I don't know. I mean,
that's Neela.
Every single
Mark,
person has a ritual they do, either collectively or individually. For example, like collectively, there's a reason why, I don't go to church like every Saturday or every Sunday, but there are times of the year that if I don't go to mass on Christmas Eve or on Christmas Day, it doesn't feel like Christmas to me. If I don't have a Christmas tree lit up in November, in my apartment,
Jesus?
I don't feel like the Christmas spirit is around me. So for me, it's this is a ritual that I share with my background, my family, my friends, and I think it's the same thing in China. You've got the rituals that you do, particularly when it's surrounding, events like the Chinese New Year holidays. I mean, there's certain things if you don't do them, it doesn't feel the same.
Yeah, the Confucius scholars, they are all about rituals and ceremonies. I mean, they had a thing for rituals and ceremonies precisely because they believed rituals and ceremonies, particularly rituals involving ancestor worship, they remind people that they share common ancestry.
30,000 denominations of Christianity, there's one for every city in China. That's very convenient.
And the ritual, I think in other cultures, people might even take some kind of alcohol while they're performing some kind of rituals. I mean, that kind of
some of them eat mushrooms and lick poison frogs and dance around with poison
helps people relax, and also they bond people together.
Yeah. For me, it's on a personal level, my ritual that a lot of my friends find a bit weird is the first thing I wake up is not to brush my teeth, but to reach out to either the television and turn on the news channel to find out what was happening when I was asleep, or turn on the radio, or read a newspaper on my phone. Now, once I've seen the headlines for the day, or stuff that happened while I was asleep, then I go reach out for a coffee. Then after that, I brush my teeth and take a shower. And I don't do it any differently, because if I switch up, it always feels like my day is not going to be the same. And somehow I find that really comforting, and particularly the part of catching up on the news.
Yeah, I think we've all developed a little routine for ourselves. Sometimes you might not necessarily recognize it as a ritual, but we have our own little peculiar ways of doing things, and somehow having a routine of some sort, a pattern to follow just gives you that anchoring feeling when particularly maybe things are a bit more tumultuous, or do you feel like you're like a little boat floating on a sea with waves coming your way, but having something that can keep you grounded just seems more useful than ever. And also in terms of ritual, I think you guys touched at some really interesting ground. There is another aspect of it, which is possibly sharing rituals like having meals together as a family. That can become a way that keeps the family together. And, you know, just when your parents are sort of asking you about your day at school, that simple thing, but done every night, you know, at the dinner table, it can be more than a comfort. It gives you this sense of unity and belonging and so much more, I feel. And it contributes to the growth of a child. And also, yes, of course, the stability in a child's life, which is really essential for the growth and development of a young being. And that has been seen as another way the ritual manifests itself and can play a positive role in a person's life.
Right. I think for most people, you know, it can act as a form of structure that makes sort of life flow more easily. And that's why we tend to repeat these rituals even after, for example, you mentioned having dinner with family. You tend to replicate that in your own life when you have your own family, because it brings back all those good memories, that strong bond or connection created with your family when you're growing up.
Well, I don't know. I used to disdain rituals. I used to not do birthdays, and then my wife then
anti-ritual. You do that every year?
Very harsh lesson. She complained on and on and on for months before I gave in and then gave her a birthday gift in retrospect.
Oh, yeah, and there's that as well.
But then after we started a family, particularly after we have given birth to our son, I gradually realized that we should do something to build our own family tradition, and maybe it's time I think of some kind of rituals that I can practice in my home.
Very interesting, Lai Ming. I didn't know that you used to be that kind of guy. And that brings us to the end of today's show. Thank you so much for your company. You can find us on Apple Podcasts at Roundtable China. That's it for today. We'll see you next time.
It's as bad as it should.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Roundtable, coming to you live from Beijing. Roundtable.
Roundtable. Connecting China and the world.
We bring you fun and timely discussions about what's affecting our lives everywhere, every day.
Tune in to Roundtable, where the East...
Shit, what time is it yesterday? We're playing that Punjabi music.
Das inundações. Pede-se às pessoas que tenham cuidados redobrados.
King trotted straight down the street until he reached the door of Dr. Legrand's cabin. There he stopped and looked up at the sergeant. Oh, boy. Legrand lives here.
Legrand? The man Nurse Warren recognized?
Let me do the talking.
Remember, there was no such thing as children's entertainment.
Yes?
Adult entertainment.
Oh, Sergeant Preston. We've come to see your patient, Doctor.
Yep. The status of the pandemic in the country is really not good. President Donald Trump insists the country is in a good place. A Harvard health expert says the U.S. move to withdraw from the World Health Organization is an extraordinarily bad decision. Ashish Jha, director of the Harvard Global Health Institute, says Washington's blame on the organization for not investigating the COVID-19 outbreak in China is deeply disingenuous. He's also calling on the White House to adhere to science, encourage people to wear masks, and conduct social distancing. Two elite U.S. universities have filed a lawsuit against the Trump administration over new rules barring international students from taking online courses in the United States. Harvard University and Massachusetts Institute of Technology sued Immigration and Customs Enforcement after the department announced it will not permit international students on F-1 visas to take a full online course load in the fall. The lawsuit seeks an order barring the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and ICE from enforcing the new regulations on international students. The schools say they will pursue the case vigorously so that all international students across the country can continue their studies without the threat of deportation. The number of new COVID-19 cases confirmed in Tokyo had surged to a record high of 224, the highest since the outbreak hit the city. The Japanese capital has continued to grapple with the resurgence of cases since the government's emergency declaration over the virus was completely lifted in late May. Local officials have voiced concerns about the rising possibility of the virus being passed on from younger carriers infected in downtown areas to the elderly. China reiterates that it has no plans to join the United States and Russia in their talks to renew a nuclear arms control treaty. Officials say it is unrealistic to expect China to join such talks given the huge gap between its nuclear arsenal and those of the US and Russia. Sure. Figures from international think tanks show that the US currently has 5,800 nuclear warheads, almost 20 times the number of China's warheads. China's consumer price index rose by 2.5% year-on-year last month. The main gauge of inflation expanded 0.1 percentage points than May, largely due to increasing prices of pork and vegetables. The producer price index went down 3%. The decline narrowed from a 3.7% decrease in May. China has added another 2 geological parks to its list of UNESCO Global Geoparks, bringing the total number to 41. The Shaanxi Geopark in Hunan Province and Zhangye Geopark in Gansu Province were approved as global geoparks by the Executive Board of UNESCO at its 209th session. To date, the number of global geoparks in China has surpassed 1/4 of the world's total. And that's the news. I'm John.
It'll be so easy to set up all the housing more.
Studio Plus, updates news, culture, and views. All right, let's go. Tune in to meet some fascinating people. Share their story.
The main gauge of inflation expanded 0.1%.
It's the same guy with a different story.
Hello and welcome to Studio Plus, coming to you live from Beijing. I'm Li Mingjing and with
natural grain amounts of vitamin B1, niacin and iron. So mothers discover the way to treat the whole family right at the breakfast table. Get delicious, nourishing Quaker puffed rice and Quaker puffed wheat. Look at your store window tomorrow for the big red and blue packages with a sealed inner lining that keeps Quaker puffed rice and wheat as crisp as can be.
General Motors, where we going? Windmills.
And now, here is
That's what Afro-Dutch don't hate the Dutch.
I think you know John Edwards.
Windmills.
Yes, sir. He owns a freighting company.
That's right. His sleds are being looted by a gang of masked robbers.
Hey, Dutchman, what's up? Were you looking for some more slaves? No, we did well a couple, but we just need to build some. You building a windmill. You're going to put all them Negroes out of work, aren't you?
And catch the criminals.
I'll do my best, Inspector. The leader of the hold-up gang has already murdered one man who has guessed his identity. Sergeant Preston doesn't know that a seemingly harmless handyman may be the most dangerous killer he has ever encountered. Be sure to hear this next exciting adventure. These radio dramas, a feature of Sergeant Preston of the Yukon Incorporated, are created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Enterprises, directed by Fred Flowerday, and edited by Fran Stryker. The part of Sergeant Preston is played by Paul Sutton. Sergeant Preston of the Yukon is brought to you every Tuesday and Thursday at the same time by Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, the breakfast cereal shot some guns.
What? Fucking tripping, right? The breakfast cereal. Mom, I gotta have the breakfast cereal shot from guns. Step along my guns.
The cereal is
I'm saying you listen to the show about
delicious,
guns.
nutritious, makes you feel ambitious.
Uh-oh.
The giant of the cereal is Quaker Oats. Say, fellas and girls, if you want to grow big and strong, eat Quaker Oats often. You get more strength, more energy from oatmeal than from any other whole grain cereal. So tomorrow, start eating delicious Quaker Oats, the giant of the cereal. Quaker and Mother's Oats are the same.
That's not even a joke. That $6 bag of fucking peanuts you buy, animal feed. That's why they think it's funny to
Listen
sell
tomorrow at this same time to the Green Hornet, brought to you by the drink that makes you feel fresh again. Delicious Orange Crush. This is J. Michael wishing you goodbye, good luck, and good health from Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice. So long. This is the Mutual Broadcasting.
Oh, so you sell rice too, but you just have to say. You're never going to live long enough to get you to retirement home. They won't keep me on the psych ward. We don't have long-term care homes. That's a bullshit trip. I went into school for the deaf and retarded. Thought it was smart to bite me, eh? Thought it was smart to bite me, eh? A lot of people have told you not to bite me. But you went and bit me. Now it's too late.
Фермона правопускает от плюс-7. В столице соседних государств днем в четверг ожидается. В Вильнюсе и Москве плюс 19-21, в Варшаве плюс 20-22, в Киеве плюс 21-23, в Риге около 17 тепла. И везде пройдут кратковременные дожди. И о погоде в Беларуси на последующие двое суток. В пятницу и субботу 10 и 11.
All of the body's desire to give up, but hoping, as we always hope, that the bell has not yet tolled for us.
The witness is that. Columbia Broadcast System, Radio Mystery.
And one of those nights of emergency when hell. Oh, all right, so they give me a hand. Orderly, get that rolling cart. Oh, it's heavy. Unconscious. Where are you hurt, sir?
Oh, he's heavy.
All right, orderly. Take him from Dr. Drandle. Let's get him on the cart. Easy now. Ooh, on his back. Gently. Oh. What is it, Dr. Peterson? Appendix? No, you won't ask me that. No, I've opened his jacket. Look at that blood on his shirt. What is it then? Could be some swabs. This man's been shot.
Remember, this is before all this CSI, laser pointers, ultraviolet light, fluorescent, all that shit. This is before all that.
Our mystery drama, The Witness.
Being able to figure out the caliber of the bullet was incredible back then.
Theater by Ian Martin and stars Joan
Smash up when they
and Ken
don't
Hardy.
believe everything you see on TV.
It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser.
And Buick?
I'll be back shortly with Act 1.
Buick too, right? Anheuser-Busch, the insurance company, and Buick, right? All three. Oh, and have some cigarettes while you're at it, right?
And maybe you've wondered how long people have been putting that famous Bud label on things. Well, not as long as the brewers of Bud have been putting things on the label. Things like a list of Bud's most important ingredients. Brewed by our original process from the choicest hops, rice, and best barley malt. And things like the following statement. This is the famous Budweiser beer. We know of no brand produced by any other brewer which costs so much to brew and age. Our exclusive Beechwood aging produces a taste, a smoothness, and a drinkability you will find in no other beer at any price. Unquote. Yes, brewing beer right does make a difference. Read the Bud label. Taste the king of beers, and you'll agree when you say Budweiser.
Anyone that's one piece,
you said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis. Save a little and save a lot more at the Northwest Federal General Store. That's where you'll find a giant Cracker Barrel of gifts. Gifts for savers by famous makers we all know. The Sunbeam hand mixer, the Schick style dryer, a Presto pressure cooker, and Waring blender. And they're all free or priced for special savings when you save $250 or more. See them all in our newspaper ads. And now you can save at 3 centers of interest in the Great Northwest Territory, on Irving Park Road, on Debster Street in Des Plaines, and now in Norridge in the Harlem Irving Plaza. So save where you get the highest interest rates allowed by law, and get free gifts too. From the Cracker Barrel of gifts, now at Northwest Federal State. But come in soon. Some styles and colors are limited. 1 gift per family, please. Offer good for a limited time only. Remember, it's the federal savings time, 53 hours a week. A man has been shot. How? Why? Who is he? By whom was he shot? A jealous husband? A jealous wife? In anger or cold-bloodedly? Sheer accident or with malice aforethought? All these questions must wait as Dr. Brian Peterson works quickly and deftly, knowing this man is on the borderline between life and death, and trying to find out who he is.
Sometimes I say shit like that, there's no reason behind it. I just make it up as I go, right?
Can you give us your name, sir?
I'm creating stereotypes and prejudices out of thin air.
No. Oh, look at him. They shouldn't get your stethoscope on his heart. See how he's doing. Sir, can you hear me? Damn, he wasn't shot all that recently. He must have hemorrhaged and turned it like mad. Orderly, you and the nurse take him straight to emergency. Alert Dr. Aiello. We're going to need anesthesia.
He doesn't look like the kind of man to get mixed up in a shooting.
Looks can be deceiving, as you'll find out, MS in turn.
Is he going to die?
Not as long as he's breathing. Nurse, get me some gloves. I want a good look at that bullet wound. Swab off the area again.
Good look at that bullet wound.
See the
wound? Help solve the case.
It's small.
That's the point of entry. Just one shot.
That's all I see.
All right, thank you, nurse. Oh, get me a probe and some retractors. Thank you.
Nurse, I'm losing him.
Have a look. There's no toy bullet. Heavy 38 could be a police special. And the bullet's still inside. All right, get us an emergency wall, doctor. We're going to have to go in.
What did you just say?
Risk operating without a release? I mean, who knows who this man is?
Oh, we have information. We know he's white, male, and from his hands, I'd say some kind of workman. The police will have to take it from there. Murder. Suicide. Murder. All right, sir. We are doctors. You're in a hospital and you're safe now. What's your name?
Mr. I don't exactly. You're going to die.
Name? No. I don't remember. I don't remember nothing except drive. Murder. Okay, Toby, we'll call the police. Then come up to OR. You can scrub and assist me on this one.
After this came General Hospital on TV, remember?
Now he's holding on. You got the police?
Yes, they're on their way. They have an idea who our mystery patient might be.
Have they? As soon as we get that bullet out of his insides, the happier I'll be. It's behind his spleen, resting on the spine. You say the police think they know who he is?
Yes, a man named Roy Richardson. That name mean anything to you?
Of course. Don't you dames ever read the papers?
Of course not, Doctor. We're always too busy curling our hair or recoloring our nails.
Oh, don't get your back up.
Well, then stop looking down your nose. I happen to have been on duty 60 hours out of the last 72. No, I haven't read the papers. Who is Roy Richardson?
You know who Augie Larch is.
But he's a little hard to miss. A big-time racketeer who got nailed on income tax evasion is about to go on trial?
Yep, you know why.
Oh, because someone in his organization was willing to turn state's evidence in order to... Roy Richardson. That's the guy's name.
Yeah.
He's the witness.
The witness is dead. The witness is dead. Right now, the doctor's going to be testifying about everything because he knows from the bullet wound. This is the Gil Grissom of the 40s and 50s.
Chung Lee.
Chung Lee?
Chung Mitchell.
Where are you?
Mitchell? What?
The hospital, and you know that you got me after we fought.
Okay, I just had to be sure. Your phone's safe?
Yeah, the public phone right here.
When you hold a big yap, just give me the number.
The public phone, that's what it was
I'll
called.
call you back on a safe phone.
Watson. Cut off that bleeder, Tony.
Retractor. Clamp. Tied off, Dr. Peterson.
Slide was
Yeah, that's a little better. Now we can see what... Oh, there's the trouble. It's a big slug with lots of velocity. Must have bounced around plenty. Bullet forceps, nurse. There's the baby. Yeah, 38, all right. Soft nose. Just hope we don't have too many intestinal perforations. Hold on to that, nurse. Please go on.
I don't see any damage to the vital organs.
Mr. Richardson is still going to be lucky to pull out of this one. And even if he does, to stay alive. One way or another.
I know I'm supposed to listen to the news in Congo, but...
Mercy Hospital.
Okay, it's me. It's Johnny A.
Okay, what's the scoop?
They're operating on him now.
Yeah, did he talk?
I don't think so. You barely made it in the door. I saw the lock, but couldn't get to him in time.
Is he gonna make it?
I got no way of knowing.
You better make sure he don't.
Okay, what can I do here in the hospital?
You better figure that luck never comes true. He can nail me, and I don't intend to be nailed. But if I should be, you better know you're a deep six. Don't talk, move. I'm going to give you a safe number you can contact me through. And if you need Gus, I'll send them to you. If that fake's mouth has got to be shut, let Gus handle it. That dummy is expendable. Only you back him up and make sure. And
it's the same guy.
Dr. Peterson? Oh, yes. Detective Sergeant Sam Marshall. Oh, how are you, Detective? I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, but I just got down from the operating room. How's your patient? Good constitution. He came through a very tough operation very well. He's going to live then? Well, I can't tell you that. The next 24 hours will tell. I understand he was in no condition to talk when he got you. That's right. Or give his name? That's right. Know something about murder. But I had a notion from Dr. Grant, who reported the bullet one, that you had a pretty fair idea who he was. Well, we know that a witness in a trial due to start next week against Augie Larch disappeared last night, or at least somewhere between midnight and 8 this morning. Roy Richardson. Yeah. We've been keeping his picture out of the papers to protect him. It looks as if you didn't do a very good job of that, Sergeant. Richardson was the one who ducked us.
Toronto police really think this is like new fucking ideas, eh?
Well, no.
How many fucking ransoms got paid
No, I've never seen this man before in my life. That's the way a cop's life goes, Doc. Now I've got to open a new file. Who the devil is your John Doe? Well, we found no identification on him. Looks like that's your problem, unless what? Well, unless... I guess everyone can't resist trying to play cop, Sergeant, but when this man got to the hospital, he'd been carrying that slug in him for some time. I don't see how he could have made it on his feet for so long unless... Uh-oh. What is it? Look down there. There's a parking lot for the hospital. See that car down there? Next to my red convertible? Is that yours? No. hope I can do a better job of parking than that. Anyway, isn't that space reserved for doctors? Yes, but it's also right near the emergency entrance. Come on, Sergeant, maybe we can find out the easy way who Mr. Roy Richardson isn't and just how he's mixed up in it. There's blood all over the seat. Don't touch the wheel, Doctor. You find anything? Registration. The car, Joseph C. Wilson, 1440 Floral Avenue, height 5'11",
no
1.5, weight 170, height brown age 36. Copy, yes, that could be the man I operated on. Description fit. Apex Insurance. In case of accident, notify Mrs. Joseph Wilson. Let's go do that little thing, Doctor.
Yeah, people used to fill in all those little pieces of paper because there was no central computer team.
But I did a lot for a few words with him. Richardson is still missing, and my hunch is any deal he thought he could make with Augie Larch was one way. The odds are that Richardson is already at the bottom of some convenient lake. The big question is, did they intend to dump Mr. Wilson there too? Or was he one of them? Something went wrong. Either way, you've got to help me get something out of the guy. We had Augie Larch just where we wanted him. And I don't want to see him get off the hook. All they that take the sword shall perish by the sword. Is Joe Wilson's fate just retribution? Or is he an innocent victim?
I'm assuming that was a Bible reference.
Is he another unfortunate possessor of information about the illegal operations of a ruthless criminal? Or is he something else entirely? Someone with no contact at all with Augie Larch.
The spot where the body's traced out. Cause when you go on tour, it's all music. And baby, when we go on tour, it's just shootings. Your eyes wide shut, we gone Kubrick. See, we ain't really battle that talk, we just do shit.
Why they try me? I wear my heart on my iron sleeve. I'm the last of a down bread. Why they try me? I wear my heart on my iron sleeve. I'm the last of a down bread. Like he just wanna go on tour and make music. I'm the last.
There is no don't shoot the messenger, eh? Like, and I'm only doing this to fucking deal with the issue, eh? I just had a fucking lighter, eh? They pop like popcorn. He jumped once, then he popped, and now it's all vapor, blood vapor. See all that vapor coming up? You're gonna do what to us? You're gonna interfere with what? No, every time you play a Dre Bars song, I'm gonna get upset and butthurt because Sam G is our informant and he says bad things about him, and that's why we charged him. And didn't he beat the case and the murder case? He's releasing work, so like he must have beat the case. He's not in the news. He must have beat the cases. Oh, you're pussy boys that fucking pay for the views and are shooting up Regent Park like they're tough guys in the daytime. You took an Uber in the daytime to Regent Park to have a shooting? Please arrest me so my song will go. The fucking guy's words. Fucking hell. Please freeze it. You're not going to let me get rid of all these things off my screen either, eh? Right. You're going to ping the router over and fucking over. No, I don't give a fuck about 2.4 billion in unpaid student loans. Oh my God. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so I'm literally watching the graphics try to slide off screen, bouncing, coming back, and then going again. Like, that's how badly they're fucking with my system. Prince Harry, don't give a fuck. Oh, you're not. You understand there's no connection between these two things. There's a reason I'm looking here, here, and then here. I'm looking at separate things. All this crap I'm removing from my desktop is going to keep getting removed no matter what. Okay, what? I'm going to click on it. It's going to freeze again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There goes 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Remove. Yeah, so at the 7-second mark, it acknowledges that I'm clicking on it. At the 14-second mark, it pops up the menu. Yeah. It's me wasting your time, man. I don't give a fuck if you people watch. But I do know this video's got to be watched twice by you morons, which means it's every half hour is a paid hour, which is billable hours, which is not 100%. It's 115% because it's not sales tax. Your contributions are matched by the employer. Nobody wants to acknowledge that. When your pay goes up, your employer has to pay more. No, exponentially more. Yeah, exponential. No, you people don't know what that means. It's like exponent. Well, why are you saying component funny? I got an exponent CD player system. I hate you people. You're so smart. Hey, you keep pushing yourselves into my life. It's 10:30. I've been trying for about 15 minutes to load up this Congo page. Oh, freeze again. Freeze again. There we go. Now, if I was making this up and tripping, how come it's not doing it now? Oh, you're watching, yeah. Dude, I'm still getting the same 4-second ping time delay for some reason. Johnny Depp denies slapping ex-wife for laughing at his tattoo. Do you want to know all the stories they're mixing up there? Drake, because Drake is considered black even though he's white. Johnny Depp's considered white even though he acts more black. Denies, that word denies. You use the word denial. Oh, the river denial. No. They're making fun of Africa again. So we're only 3 words in. And it's technically only 2 because one of them's a name. Slapping, it's a slap because he slaps like a girl. Ex-wife. Okay, hold on a second. What's he even doing? But that's to tear apart at its virility, the cis-normative fertility shit. The gay guys hate that. They're not even really gay. The way they got it is they're straight men who only have sex with straight men, which means you can eliminate the first straight part because that's not true. They're men who only have sex with men who do not want to have sex with men, which means you're rapists by definition. 4, laughing, because laughing is considered an offensive action at his tattoo. What did I just say about Drake? Drake's got a fucking picture of a dude whose dick he sucked to get his contract. Because in the entertainment industry, porn is just another version of entertainment, and prostitution is just, well, it's not illegal in Canada. That's right. No, it never was. The new rules criminalized it. Prostitution in and of itself was not illegal in Canada. Three, 4, 5. Thank you. You're trying to advertise this car. Blah, blah, blah. It's 250 horsepower turbo engine to the 2021. Blah, blah, blah. And it's a numeral, so you can guess what company it is. Oh, and your company, your website name is Latin, so you must know what you're talking about because the Romans invented cars, eh? It's a Japanese car. So, and why is it measuring horsepower? Oh, the Romans again. But that term horsepower doesn't have to do with what you think it does. It's how many people you can send out into combat. It's nothing to do with moving shit. Ford is going to fall on the asses, man. See, Tesla Model whatever and Ford Mustang Mache. You called the car Mache. That's appropriate because if it gets smashed up, you can't rescue people out of these cars because of the batteries. Side by side for first time. Hey, does anybody else would rather hear the Congolese fucking radio? So would I. So all these are supposed to be subliminal to fuck with my head. And by the way, how come I haven't logged into anything on this computer in weeks and it still keeps asking me for permission for things with my Google account? Yeah, if I'd use somebody else's computer, they would have full access to my Google account right now. Why can't I remove it? I could reset the whole box. It still won't remove it. Pretty sure that's illegal. If I take your driver's license to see if you're old enough to buy cigarettes, I'm not allowed to write down any of the information. If I swipe it through a fucking computer, it's not allowed to store any of the information. So how is this internet driver's license that you're competing with Facebook over? Because, you know, autistics know how to do everything well. I don't know where the fuck you went, but I consider yourself lucky, eh? Oh, buddy, you have no idea how lucky you are. Well, your stomach's probably exploding now anyway. I don't know how that's possible when I had it between my fingers, huh? It's the size of a goddamn grape. Oh, well. Your suggested articles appear here. It used to say will appear here. Yeah, it did. Yeah, you changed it again. You keep updating Chrome too, which is funny because each version that you update doesn't work. So I have to keep deleting everything and rolling. Right. If I was doing it, right. You're hacking my system and making it not work. That's not a hacker, bro. Oh, you're denying me the use of it. Not really. I got 2 more devices and everywhere I can go to use computers. I don't think you're denying me nothing. I think you think you're going to spy on people somehow with this box, and we wouldn't put it here if we thought that could happen. Why do you think it's in my house? We know it's going to be on all the time. Who's ready to go 24/7? Me. Who bangs on everybody? Me. Oh, you don't want to fucking hear this shit. Oh. Yeah, every 20 minutes or so, I'm going to have a fucking splenic fucking crisis. That don't say Zonar, does it? Upgroup, ENP. Oh. So supposedly that's engine number 9375. Oh. Coffee and Congolese, motherfucker. Je suis Congolese. No, I need my joint, my fucking music. Yeah, I spend a lot of time cussing at things that aren't there, right? I'm supposed to just sit here and go, oh, fuck, my machine's giving me trouble. Because I'm too stupid to. 1985, bitch. You've been using computers how long? Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, even if you are old enough to fuck, and so was your mother when she got to see with you, I'm still thinking she fucking too fucking old. And I'm looking for. You see how them years things play out, generations and shit. We don't like you. We're never going to. It's 10:38. What's that mean, officer? Okay, play. Pause. Well, that's play. And let's pause because the icon came up. Play. We grew up hating Marilyn Manson. No, he didn't. He threw that out there because white people used to tell us we were supposed to because we were black. Oh, they didn't like me because I could freestyle over Manson. Oh, Can't smell your own shit upon your knees.
Twin hammers look like the Siamese. I got that beam from the Japanese.
Only care about the balance on your credit card.
Cheese, it is what it has to be. I'm killing out who's after me. They have to see me rich, and I swear, what's up financially? Like who be friendly for it? They like it's a chapel, and these bitches could have married a guy. It was a Magdalene. My shit like the Lord of Pro, the Taliban. It's these are tremendous. We got the dragon on this rose with beer, broke glass bridges. We drag them on. The nigga with the gate and center, but they were dragging on. The mega
dressing all black.
We was slapping it back and forth like a tether ball. Used to live on French Street, right in the Esplanade.
Considering too dark.
You
start talking about Norwegian black metal. Black metal.
Chopping and shit to be wet. Like connect or the cylinder, always a spin. I connect thought right into the dome when I get it out of the chest to draw rapper. When you go on tour, it's all music. Maybe when we go on tour, it's all shootings. Like other shots got kicked, I gotta shoot it. Nigga, if you talk that talk, you gotta do it. Why they try me? I wear my heart on my iron sleeve. I'm the last of a down bread. Why they try me? I wear my heart on my iron sleeve. I'm the last of a down bread. Like he just wanna go on tour and make music. But every time you go on tour, it's all shootings. Yeah, I'm the last of a dying breed. I uppercut these fucks in their chin and they die with ease. I bleed what I have to bleed. This blood's what I have to see. Fuck victims, sit with your fam. I call it Applebee's. Who the fuck trying to get stuck? Tell them ask for me. That match pack about to get struck. I brought the gasoline. I've never lost. I got OGs to get it back for me. Call me down, call me the crowd. Call me your majesty, God. They try to handle me, Lord. No, I'll play that. The bullets in that gray Mac A-track. They go way back. About them all. Top your mob. Like where the safe at. Put numbers on your head. You already covered in face stats, boy. Why they always trying to snake that, boy? Charlie got the defibrillator to shake that, boy. Forget about it. You turn me to Rocky ASAP, boy. I'm the last of a dying breed that wanna break that, boy. Like, you're bringing all that beef to the farm. My man's branded you. If you don't get respect in the streets, I can't stand with you. They tell you you a threat on the beat. Your man's scamming you. The Benz is like a beast when it spins. Crash Bandicoot. Pull up with a camera crew. Cannons in your face now. Anybody that's lying to us is lying face down. White boy, nice with a pen. This ain't no 8 Mile. We playing hopscotch in the spots where the body's traced out. Cause when you go on tour, it's all music. And baby, when we go on tour, it's just shootings. Drive-bys, your eyes wide shut. See, we ain't really battle that talk, we just do shit. I wear my heart on my iron sleeve. I'm the last of a down bread. Why they try me? I wear my heart on my iron sleeve. I'm the last of a down bread.
Yeah, the catch getting the laser vision here. If I want to see up this nostril, I gotta do this eye. I can't see anything in this eye with this eye. If this eye was getting fucked up, I'd be screwed. Oops. What happened? Okay, no, where the fuck did I see it show? No words. You can't do with words. They pop up so much stupid shit here. But they know the best way to suppress something, you have to give a little bit of a story and make it easily accessible. Yeah, because complete radio silence is too fucking obvious. So they put 30 on that. Oh, Johnny Depp. Some girl said I look like Pirates of the Caribbean. I liked it. Nah, I give a fuck about that. All the pirates in my movies in black, and they wear black flags.
I'm just chilling with my boys and I can get it so good, so good, so good. I'm just chilling with my boys and I can get it so good, so good, so good. I'm just chilling with my boys and I can get it so good, so woke, so woke. I'm just chilling with my boys and I get hit. So woke, so woke, so woke.
The black and yellow, it was red on black. I would have got $175 for the. It set the 24-hour clock on the face. For $275, you got a Harley Davidson watch. It's got a cool skull and a little tiny Harley logo. I don't want the Harley logo.
I'm just chilling with my boys and I get hit. It's so woke, so woke, so woke. I'm just chilling with my boys and I get hit. It's so woke, so woke, so woke. I'm just chilling with my boys and I get hit. It's so woke, so woke, so woke. I'm just chilling with my boys and I get hit. It's so woke, so woke, so woke. My boys and I get hit. It's so woke, so woke, so woke. I'm just chilling with my boys and I get hit. It's so woke, so woke, so woke. I'm just chilling with my boys and I get hit. It's so woke, so woke, so woke. I'm just chilling with my boys and I get hit. It's so woke, so woke.
I don't give a fuck why you're vexed. It's been days since the jungles got raised to bring up the palm oil plants. It's a phase that we going through, like stage 1 and stage 2. Fuck you going through when we come through, blazing and blasting. We are eating meat. We are not fasting. Clutch that chicken ball down to a double arrow. Get the point across like an arrow. Why you stare though? Hanging out on the stairs, yo. She wake me up, like black coffee. Miss Black Coffee. All you niggas need to get the back up off me. You think I'm feeling right, but the truth is the blackness that up everybody in a fight that does right. Now you don't understand, this is a funeral song. I did not buy it, it is not mine, it's a knockoff, it's a knockoff. That's a KO runner with the KOs, the killer O's with the KOs and the KOs. I don't think you understand, it's about the chaos. Don't bring back with chaos and chaos. And if you didn't catch all that, that's because we spelled real different when we put it up with a fat cat. In the back cat full of burners and gats and heaters to warm it up like that. So the days way back when the old gray Mac all click clack like we listening to the 8-track skip back. Niggas skip that. This is only coffee number 2. This holds 24 ounces. This is only coffee number 2. This is
I'm just chilling with my boys and I get hit. It's so woke, so woke, so woke. I'm just chilling with my boys and I get hit. It's so woke, so woke, so woke. I'm just chilling with my boys and I get hit. It's so woke, so woke, so woke. I'm just chilling with my boys and I get hit. It's so woke, so woke, so woke.
Clear the line, breaker, 1-9. Say the line, breaker 190's left. What's left? Everybody said they come back. Remember my name like White Club. Get the fuck lost, get fall off the cliff. Right. You won't believe what I can't remember right now. The Swiss flag is a red plus sign on a white background. No? No? That's the Red Cross, right? Medical, is it a white plus on a red? I can't remember. That is bad. It's very bad. I should know this shit. What's wrong with me?
I'm just dealing with my poison. I can get it so woke, so woke, so woke. I'm just dealing with my poison. I can get it so woke, so woke.
Je veux parler avec
I'm just dealing with my poison. I can get it so woke,
Frank.
so woke, so woke. I'm just dealing with my poison.
Je m'appelle Congolese Frank.
So woke.
I'm a type Swiss. It's gonna say credit Swiss or whatever, right? Switzerland, redirected from Swiss. This article is about the sovereign state. For other uses in Switzerland, this indication. Swiss Confederation. What the fuck is that? Redirects here. For other uses. What the fuck is Swiss Confederation? Hold on. Switzerland, officially the Swiss Confederation. Oh.
I'm just dealing with my poison. I can get it so woke, so woke,
2060, yeah, you got Canton. Fuck up, but you don't have Cantonese cooking. Get the fuck out of here. You think English is hard to deal with. Chinese, try to be a French. A bunch of black Spanish friends. From, no, so you don't even get it. Switzerland is a landmark country. Really? Italy, France, Germany, Austria. You said Liechtenstein. I got the Liechtenstein for the rendering. No, what the fuck is a Liechtenstein? Can you just show me the goddamn flag? There it is. Oh, okay, wait a second. I reversed the colors. Oh no. So I'm gonna assume red is red and black is Thank you. Oh, look how creative they are. The square one is the flag, the shield-shaped one is the coat of arms. Brethren, where's your flag? Oh, I'm wearing the coat of arms today. No, this is not coat of arms day. This flag, what is wrong with you? How's everyone gonna know? Look, you're totally dressed wrong. Fucking assholes. Yeah, I'll call you if I need some dental gold. Outside of that, shit, you know. German, no thanks. French, Italian, no thanks. And Romansh. What the fuck is Romansh? I'm about to find out. 35% Catholic, 24% Protestant, 5.8 other Christians. My bad. What the fuck is other Christians? That's right. 30,000 denominations. Hold on. 5.3% Muslim. Hold on. 5.8% other Christians. That means if you're not in the top two Christians, there's more Muslims than your. Well, there's only one Islam, right? If I understand their version of things correctly. Don't claim to. But some of the weird shit I hear people say makes me say, no, that's not true. So I don't claim to be an expert, but yeah, I will try to speak up sometime. 2.8% other, 26.3% non-religious, 1.4% unknown. Aren't you known for privacy and neutrality? And only 1.4% refuse to answer? Well, other, none, and unknown. You can Google. I know you don't mean the same thing, but it's 28.8, 30.5%. 30.5. By the way, why is none at the bottom when it's 26.3? 35 Catholic, 23 Protestant, 26 none. I just want to sound like a goddamn flag.
I'm just dealing with my boys and I get hit it so
Helvetica?
I'm just dealing with my boys and I get hit it so
I don't trust any country that has a chancellor. You have a chancellor? $1,300. Get the fuck out of here. Peace of Westphalia. I don't know what that is. 1648. I don't know what that is. This is bullshit. Restoration, August 7th, 1815. 1815. So you guys were looking for some money, eh? Because restoration is 1815. Federal state, by August 7th. Federal state, September 12th, 1848. That would be 33 years and a couple weeks and a month after. Like, that's an odd number of. Why did it take you so long to become a federal state? You were trying to raise up a fund, yeah? 1848, yeah? So the war of 1812 lasted until 1814. They ran from 1812 to 1814. These motherfuckers magically get restored in 1850. And somehow the Americans to this day hate Toronto because we blew up our fort to get back at them, and that was a dirty trick or something. We didn't tell you to raid our fucking powder keg, and literally a powder keg. Wow, there's 8 million of you. And we did 207 per kilometer. You're a tiny little fucking place, eh? 41,000. Okay, see. 4.2% water. Sounds like a lot. That's only 16 kilometers. I'm just dealing with my boys and I get hit it so I'm just dealing with my boys and I get hit it so I'm just dealing with my boys and I get hit it so people don't understand. Canada, to actually live here physically with the environment and shit, you have more in common with Russia than anywhere else in the world. You've got the exact same climate, the way the world spins. I think that's why, in the back of my head, I'm kind of glad the communists are all about ping pong, because I'm hoping if the Russians ever launch their missiles, they're going to go all over the North Pole and just miss Canada, I'm hoping. But Toronto is further south than fucking Wisconsin, or Minnesota, or whatever. Minneapolis, my bad. Which one's Wisconsin? 40 ounces, right? I'm just dealing with my boys and I can get it so I'm just dealing with my boys and I get it so I'm just dealing with my boys and I get it so I'm just dealing with my boys and I can get it so oh, this backfired. Fuck. There's a car door. What happened to that motorcycle engine I just heard, brethren? And that's why I don't jump up to go look out the window for nothing. It's Murphy's Law. If I did, it wouldn't be there when I looked that way. Ow, motherfucker.
now you hear it so woke, so woke, so woke. I'm just dealing with my boys and now you hear it so woke, so woke, so woke. I'm just dealing with my boys and now you hear it so woke, so woke, so woke. I'm just dealing with my boys and now you hear it so woke, so woke, so woke.
I got such a problem with my nerves. I'm gonna fucking step on you for setting off my retinal nerve with the wrong color kid. I fucking scared me pretending to be walking every day, but I'm a day walker, not scared of the ultraviolet or the infrared, cause I'm already there. You heard what I said, I left the sidewalk right, cause I took two to the head.
I'm just dealing with my boys and now you hear it so woke, so woke, so woke. I'm just dealing with my boys and now you hear it so woke, so woke, so woke. I'm just dealing with my boys and now you hear it so woke, so woke.
GDP by PPP is 540. Hold on. Your numbers are backwards. Your numbers are backwards. Yes, they are. Hold on. Your GDP total is 704 billion. Oh, you got two different years here, too, motherfucker. Why did you put a 2020 estimate? Yeah, oh, Jesus Christ, fucking. Okay, so the GDP nominal 2018 estimate for Switzerland is 704 billion. You just say 700 billion. Trust me, we're around that. Just trust me. The GDP PPP, yeah, that's 4 P's in a row, but it's not. It's parity purchasing power, which means it's the equivalent of 548 billion, which we'll say 550. Yeah, but that's a 2020 estimate. How'd you give us both these numbers at the same? Who the fuck allowed you to update one with 2020 and leave the other one at 2018? Those are going to be totally different estimates. And these motherfuckers write their own estimates. It's Switzerland. Motherfucker. Yeah, so you make about as much money as the Congo in the province of Ontario, right? Hey, Switzerland, we need to borrow about 500 billion. We're good for it. Also, it's driving me insane. Spandex. Read labels, don't buy spandex if you roll joints. Because every fucking time you touch it, the Swiss franc is UTC plus 1, UTC plus 2, and the. Oh, that's funny. CET and CEST. Your fucking time zone is called SAFE. That's funny. Why do you have 4 letters? Date format. dd.mm.yyyy. I hate you. I fucking hate you. Resulting from a series of military successes against Austria and Burgundy. But that was a long time ago. Swiss independence from the Holy Roman Empire was formally recognized in the Peace of Westphalia in 1648. Hold on, 1648. You did. The British got here in 1508. 140 years later, you were still part of the Holy Roman Empire. Is this real? Is this correct? I don't fucking know. They didn't tell us this. We studied in medieval times, Middle Ages. They didn't tell us nothing about bubonic plague.
I'm just dealing with my boys and now you hear it so woke, so woke, so woke. I'm just dealing with my boys and now you hear it so woke, so woke, so woke. I'm just dealing with my boys and now you hear it so woke, so woke, so woke. I'm just dealing with my boys and now you hear it
black people.
So woke, so woke.
Because they put us all in portable. The black teacher, no white kids. Why were we outside in the fucking winter? Fuck you. That'll prepare you for when we kick you out to the street because we're going to disobey our own laws. Thank you. Arms neutrality. Hey. It has not fought an international war since 1815 and did not join the United Nations until 2002. I wasn't aware of that. But then in 2000, 2001 and 2000, they were already signing tax treaties with the United States. Pussy's bet on the wrong fucking tiger, right?
I'm just dealing with my boys and I get hit it so woke.
Oh, this gets interesting. Me. Switzerland is the birthplace of the Red Cross, one of the world's oldest and best-known humanitarian organizations, spelled with an S, and is home to, said worlds with an apostrophe, to numerous international organizations with an S, including the United Nations office at Geneva, which is its apostrophe second largest in the world. Second. It is a founding member of the European Free Trade Association, but notably not part of the European Union, the European Economic Area, or the Eurozone. And one of those is the EEC, the European Economic Community, I think. However, it participates in the Schengen area and the European Single Market through bilateral treaties. Wobblegate? What did you say?
I'm just dealing with my boys and I get hit it so woke. I'm just dealing with my boys and I get hit it so woke. I'm just dealing with my boys and I get hit it so
population speak German. Wow.
I'm just dealing with my boys and I get hit it so woke.
Something's squeaking around right next to my head. One of the most developed countries in the world. What does that mean? With the highest nominal wealth per adult. Yeah, nominal. You got 40,000 square kilometers. Shut up. The 8th highest per capita gross domestic product. Well, you're not far off of Ontario or Congo or South Africa, so shut up. It ranks at or near the top in several international metrics. What's an international metric? Don't say internationally recognized, including economic competitiveness. What does that mean? And human development. What does that mean? Zurich, Geneva, and Basel have been ranked among the top 10 cities in the world in terms of quality of life, with Zurich ranked second globally. There's a footnote, but here's the question. Toronto was rated by Toronto as the best place in the world to live, according to the United Nations. But the United Nations never said that. It's been 26 years, they still quote it. As soon as they said it, the UN said, no, we never said that. And all this was, no, they never said that. 26 years, it's still quoting it. We're the best place in the world to live, according to the UN. Never happened. So, you've been ranked among the top 10 by who? I don't want to hear German. I have no use for gold. And as for ARs, we got C7s. You got 1911 Zang blocks? I don't think you do. And Intertext? I don't think so. Oh, fuck it. And MACs? Fuck them. In 2019. And the Thompsons? Bullshit. In 2019, IMD search Toronto, bitch. Place Switzerland first in attracting skilled workers. Yeah, they're all crowded in there. You're so skilled, but you can't do anything with your hands. World Economic Forum, who the fuck are you, ranks it the 5th most competitive country globally. The Swabian War of 1499. Really? You think the fucking black loyalists were considering all this shit when they were deciding what to do? I knew I didn't like Helvetica as a font. The data code for Switzerland, CH, is derived from Latin, blah, 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 which is C and H, Helvetica. English Helvetic Confederation. I hate your fonts. They all suck. I can't remember what I put there. I just wanted to see the flag. Military history of the Micmac people. I want to hear this.
I'm just dealing with my boys and I can get it so woke, so woke, so woke. I'm just dealing with my boys and I can get it so woke, so woke, so woke. I'm just dealing with my boys and I can get it so woke, so woke, so woke. I'm just dealing with my boys and I can get it so woke.
Yeah, for a year they said, oh, we can't put apostrophes, we're going to put spaces. Okay, think of this. To put a space into a URL, for it to work, you have to put percent and then 2 or 3 digits. That's 3 or 4 characters to put a space into a URL. So literally, no one ever sees the space. Because when you click on it, it goes into the address bar, and there's like 6 reasons you won't see it there. These morons took the apostrophe out and replaced it with a space, which is 4, I believe it's 4 or 5 characters.
I'm just dealing with my boys and I can get it so woke, so woke, so woke.
To try to make all of our fucking links not work. And if you think I'm fucking it was just my phone, they all said MI space KMAQ redirect from MI apostrophe K. Yeah, they all said redirect. Yeah, some jackass tried to hide our shit on Wikipedia for a fucking year, and you assholes allowed it. Military history of Nova Scotia. This is just a snippet. Of the war for the capital came in early July 1724 when a group of 60 Micmac and Maliseets. No S on Micmacs, but you put an S on Maliseet? Okay. If you say so. Raided, there was 1 Micmac and 59 Maliseets. That's what it was. Raided Annapolis Royal. Well, let's pronounce it with the fake French accent. I actually speak French, and that ain't French. It says R-O-Y-A-L. They killed and scalped a sergeant. 13,938 words. We've done a lot of shit over there. 1724. You think I'm fucking around? This is street warfare, guerrilla tactics, and counter-insurgency. That's right. Robin Gay Confederacy, Treaty of Watertown. Holy shit.
So woke, so woke. I'm just dealing with my boys and I can get it so woke, so woke, so woke. I'm just dealing with my boys and I can get it so woke, so woke. So woke, I'm just dealing with my boys and I can hear it so woke, so woke.
This is the Canadian flag, section military. Hold on. Let's see how we're listed here. Are we listed under Canadian military for real or not? I want to see this. Nope. Oh, this page is way too long.
I'm just dealing with my boys and I can get it so woke, so woke, so woke. I'm just dealing with my boys and I can get it so woke, so woke, so woke. I'm just dealing with my boys and I can get it so woke, so woke, so woke. I'm just dealing with my boys and I can get it so woke, so woke, so woke.
I've never seen this page. Just telling me things about me. I don't know if it's true. What the fuck happened here that I can't see? What is this? Even when I find shit about us, they still have to fucking hide it somehow.
So woke, I'm just dealing with my boys and I get it. So woke, so woke, I'm just dealing with my boys and I get it. So woke, I'm just dealing with my boys and I get it. So woke,
Oh, so it used to be every time we said this is why I don't share a lot of things, because once they figure out that we're fucking looking at it, sharing it, proving that we exist. It's not our flag. It flies like this, not like this. There we go. The red cross represents mankind and infinity. According to the fuck who? We never got told none of that about these, as far as I heard.
I'm just dealing with my boys and I can get it. So woke, I'm just dealing with my boys and I can get it. So woke, I'm just dealing with my boys and I can get it. So woke, I'm just dealing with my boys and I can get it. So woke.
I recently got this message regarding the image of the Mi'kmaq Grand Council flag I drew for Wikipedia. Yeah, I had to edit that thing too. Not the page, the image. The Mi'kmaq Grand Council flag is not supposed to be displayed laying on its side, but needs to be rotated vertically so the cross is standing upright. And the crescent, this one's going to depend which way you're facing, right? And the crescent moon on the upper left and the star on the upper right. Yeah, okay. Well, mine's cool. I'm looking at it backwards from the window. You see here in my Mi'kmaq nation, the only time the flag is displayed on its side, as in your picture, is when it is draped over the coffins of the dearly departed. And here the motherfucker tries to argue. This makes sense given the design. The message was from somebody from Escas of the Reserve. Special Reserve Forces, motherfucker. Of Escasoni. It says, this makes sense given the design of the flag, period. Then it says, however, just for the record, no, you're not correct just because you're speaking. This flag is quite common in Mi'kmaq communities, yes. In Nova Scotia, yes. It is always, no it's not, seen flying horizontally. It's never seen flying horizontally, except I have seen it like that as recently as September 2010 in both the Millbrook Reserve near Truro and the Waikoma First Nation offices in Waikokoma to Red Island. Fuck you. The exception is, it also occasionally appears on the front license plate holder on cars unused in Nova Scotia where it needs to be horizontal. Yeah, on cars is the only place I've ever seen it sideways too. Or if it needs to be made to fit with a bunch of other flags. Otherwise, it's intended to hang vertically. It's not. It hangs the same as the fucking cross that's on it, stupid. Oh, we hang our crosses sideways. No, we don't. Our cross represents nothing. A girl had a dream. that's interesting. So, of course, the operating system. Elsa Pogtog Band. In the October 1st, 2005 edition of the Halifax Chronicle Herald was a photograph with the caption, Steve Simon, Korean War veteran and Micmac elder, carries the flag of his band, Elsa Pogtog, formerly Big Cove, New Brunswick, as he and others march in Halifax on Friday. In the Halifax Chronicle Herald. This is not courtesy of the newspaper, you fucking moron, because it's a national flag. So, that settles that, because my dad's stepfather, I hate that word, served in Korea. Yeah, that's not directly related to me, technically. Brothers in arms looking to prepare breakfast in America, one from the slums. I give a fuck where you come from. Stupid dumb dumb, the every dumb boys don't be a dumb ass. Disappear on dumb ass from the dumb boys making dumb noise. Stop. I ain't upset about this shit. The Micmac National Flag Proposal. I see 7 crosses, that's interesting. Well, those are swords. I'm doing the same thing every Micmac did. We're all counting on how many points and how many stars. We've got to do the math in our head for what's this mean. So, if I ever got to shoot shit up and wait for a train to go by. So it's an 8-pointed star for that sun. If you put it, says 3 full rays, 2 half rays on the horizon. Does that blue not look like maybe water? Looking east at the sunrise, people of the dawn, right? So the caption to the photo doesn't go, this is not the photo, that's an image they got somewhere else from the same people somewhere. How come your crosses look like swords? It says 7 hills, the original 7 Sakamawit districts of Mi'kma'ki, which is spelled in such a way I'm not. There's accents and shit. I'm not going to specify. M-I-K, M-A-K-I-K. Some of those vowels have accents, and I'm not going to tell you which ones. And Louis, 7 crosses. Jesus, 7 crosses. The original 7 Sakamau district leaders. Yeah, the Sakamau. Anyway, the sun and the moon together represent Kasilt. No, I don't think they do. I think you're mixing things up. I think you're just throwing things together. It says this symbol was carved into a rock in Kejimiguji when Micmac Nation. Micmac Nation was formed. Can we pick a name, please, and spelling? I'm going to go with the letter M and M. And how do you finish that one? Shit. When the original, this symbol was carved into a rock in wherever when Micmac Nation was formed, when the original 7 districts became one nation, capital N on nation. It is a symbol of the uniting of the Micmac people into one nation. People is also capitalized. It says, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why would you do that? But I absolutely did not ask you to do that. So, I don't know, there's swords and stuff. I don't think these people understand. Mi'kmaq got a lot bigger. I don't believe when they say, oh, this color means this and that color means I don't buy that. I think that might have been somebody said to a white guy to sell them something. Hieroglyphic. Listen to this use of this. I guess I got to read this. Yeah, I can't read this word. Somebody out there is going to tell me it applies to me. I don't think so because there's nobody above me. So fuck you. Independent. The fucking stupid Micmac word I can't ever pronounce. The Sakamos, whatever, Smackinisk, whatever. Soldier, shield bearer, or warrior flag uses the ancient, oh Jesus, Gomquage Ugasiko hieroglyphic symbol for a, can't read that one, and it's only 7 letters, in the center of the flag. Hieroglyphic, writing on walls, right? Oh, you don't have hieroglyphs, you have petroglyphs. So what's that mean? Writing on rocks. Okay, what were the walls in Egypt made out of? Giant rocks. So those are petroglyphs. Thank you. Now, I don't know, it looks kind of like a Christmas tree or some shit to me. I don't know what the fuck I suppose. Is that for catching fish? It's the warrior. It says it's the symbol, the hieroglyphic for a warrior, presumably a Micmac warrior. But where'd that come from? Egypt? Oh, you still making shit up. Okay. I need a fucking cigarette to read this. Damn it. Oh, I still got coffee too. Yeah, I felt that, you stupid fuck. Did you hear me say I would need it to light a cigarette? Was that your cue to fuck around? Because it's gonna hurt like a bitch, bro. It's gonna hurt so bad, bro. Oh, he popped. Now he saw it up. There he goes, he popped the second time. Now he's folding over, bending it. He was trying to move his legs and stuff. I still don't see no blood vapor. Oh, he just fucking stretched right out. Are you dead yet or what, bro? Fucking thing bit me. It was running away, that's right. It was already running away. I gotta look fast to catch these bastards because they're already running away. The Micmac were one of the first indigenous people of North America to make contact with European visitors. There's a lot of things we could argue about in that sentence. The Norse in 1000 AD, 900 motherfucker. Basque, or earlier actually, Basque fishermen in 1372 AD, that's 2. Prince Henry St. Clair in 1398 AD, that's 3. Bristol fishermen in 1490 to 93 AD, we're not even sure. Giovanni Caboto in 1497 AD. Gaspar de Corte Real in 1500 AD. 6. The numbers are off. And then the British came in 1508, and that's when the cross thing started, before they got here. That's 7. And when I say we worked with 8 different currencies, this Canadian dollar ain't real, all these other ones are real, you can't tell me they aren't money. When we've been using it for money for hundreds of years, all of a sudden, oh, that's not money. Well, if you don't want it, get the fuck lost. The Micmac continue to fight for recognition. No, we don't. Recognition of what? Of their sovereignty, which was never surrendered. Today there are about, this is wrong, 25,000 status Micmac, that's not correct, living on and off reserves in Canada and the USA, and about another 25,000 plus non-status Micmac. Micmac, nationality, plural, the allies, or my kin, friends. Forgot about that. Micmac, nationality, singular, the allies, or my kin, friends. I never heard this other word for Micmac Nation before. I'm treating it like a gang thing. I'm sticking with the version I know because I don't know if you're telling me the truth about this. This might be true, but I'm not switching it up now. It's too late. Sante Maui, government, holy gathering, or grand council. This one's interesting. You can make of it what you will. Notice the spelling of Mi'kmaq. And that word would be pronounced, I don't know what it means, would be pronounced Elnog. We pronounce that letter, right? White, red, and blue. Interesting. The Micmac national flag has three colors, white, red, and blue, signifying the three divine persons. I don't believe you. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Really? Where the fuck did that come from? The cross signifies Christ who was crucified. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Our Jesus story, because we have Jesus stories, is not connected to these crosses. Jesus never mentioned crosses. Jesus never mentioned crosses to the Micmac. Catholic. Devil. Oh, you fucking don't know us too good at all, eh? We are the fucking devil. Who wrote this shit? I am a Catholic, you are a devil. Get out. No. It's not N-A-M. Hey, it says that N-A-M-T means I am a Catholic, you are a devil, get out. No, it doesn't. I am a devil, you are a Catholic, get out. They're literally trying to say it went top to bottom, left to right. Everything else is English about it, but that part's backward. No, I am a devil, you are a Catholic, get out. I didn't make this shit up, man. This moron made it up, put it on the internet, now it's on Wikipedia. N means I or me, A means being a Catholic, M means devil, T means get out. Yeah, so left to right, I, devil, being a Catholic, get out. Okay, that doesn't make sense either. Saint Anne, I don't know who that is. Patron saint of the Micmacs of 1730. Bitch, you ain't been around. Mi'kmaq, the allies, we know. Oh yeah, okay, so El Nuke, this is why I'm having a problem. L apostrophe N, U with an accent K, the people, is LN OG. Oops. I know it's not, but that's what it is. And this is why we speak French. I can't remember what I was looking for except the Swiss flag. I'm a Micmac nationalist sickle cell, which ties me to the Black Loyalists. You can't argue that. And then World War II is right. And my family always told me everything my family did. When I was a kid, they wanted me to know all this shit. So I don't know why people try to act like I don't know who the fuck I am. You're white. What do you think you are? Your face is lopsided, and I can see it as if I have a carpenter's square. And we are not the same brethren. You need to fuck up. I am not your brethren, Bati boy. You're implying that I fucking said something about you being mine? Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, and paint me, Mr. Dutchman, as the fucking owning of a black man, right? He's not black and I'm not white. Don't get it twisted. Plus, it's a Bati boy thing from the sea anyway. Treaty of Watertown, Wabanagay Confederacy, military history of Acadia. I guess is this a real fucking article or not? I love how everybody's got all these reasonings behind it. This means this, and that means that, and this means that. And I know because the Catholics told me my history. So if you don't know your history, you can study anything the Catholic told you. You're making it. Before the reckless warriors, the natives that were protesting things and doing things like that were wearing camouflage jungle green bandanas, not black. Yeah, before me, this far east, when nobody rocking them black flags. We didn't start with that bullshit. Wabanagay Confederacy, that's WC. WC. Where we see them letters sprayed up? Right next to Parma Court, PC. Hold on. You've been reading everything backwards, officer. I told you 17 years ago. There are 2 graffiti experts. Aside from the people that grow up in the ghetto and know graffiti, there are 2 graffiti experts studying actively the graffiti from all over, well, everywhere. In North America, one of them is a former cop from Texas, and the other one's me. You didn't listen. And I ain't spoken to that motherfucker ever. I ain't looked at his website since I found out he exists. There's no new whatsoever. So that motherfucker don't know nothing we're on out here because I'm learning new shit from these tags every day. And I do have one 60-second video somewhere. It's a high-def picture of oh, interesting. Of somebody who's been tagging up the word Micmac. Wabanagay. History of Native Americans in the United States. S. Says an extradition hearing in Vancouver told about final days of Nova Scotia Micmac killed in 1975. Really? You want to see how fucking vengeful my people are? I'm gonna look the details up right now. There, total bait and switch on this fucking article. Yeah, the top part's this thing about ice sheets, and somehow, even though the continents went in the exact opposite direction, somehow Russia and the United States were together at one point, so, and there was, a half-mile high sheet of ice at minus 70 Celsius, and we went from the jungles of Malaysia up through Russia somehow, through 600 other tribes' fucking territories, and crossed this bridge, which would have been like this at the top. We didn't fall into the water on either side. It's 50 kilometers across, eh? Then we went all the way straight across this ice sheet. We didn't go straight down. We went straight across the ice sheet to the east coast and then hung out there till it started to melt, and then we came down, right? And that's why there's no proof we exist. Get the fuck out of here. 30,000-year-old cannabis seeds. Go fuck yourself. 30,000-year-old dogs. Go fuck yourself. Oh, you've got the Arctic zone as this little thing along the coast of North America, which completely neglects your whole ice sheet theory here. Also, by the way, how is there an ocean here north of this ice sheet? the North Pole was melted back then? I'm confused about your maps and your theories. Oh, that's right. The Inuit and the Inuk and I know I'm repeating myself. They go circle. That's right. In a circle at that latitude. Nobody goes up and then back down through fucking all the climates of the world, eh? You literally can't survive it. Falling sea. Oh, now it's falling sea levels. Created the Bering Land Bridge. Oh, really? Do you know how deep that shit is? That joined Siberia to Alaska about 60 to 25,000 years ago, which is not possible. Right. The latest this migration could have taken place is 12,000 years ago. The earliest remains undetermined. It didn't happen. Yeah, because we were here before that happened. And your fucking forensics people proved it, trying to disprove it. So anyway, somewhere in here is a Micmac killed. I'm gonna find this person. You're gonna fucking joke me. Hey, why did you just fucking do that? Where am I going? Back. I'm very confused now. 6. Thank you. Find in page. Motherfucker, there's too many overlapping fucking menus here. Dene-speaking peoples entered North America starting around 8,000 BCE, that's 10,000 years ago, reaching the Pacific Northwest by 5,000 BC. Okay, hold on. So where did they come from? You just said they came from the Pacific Northwest. And from there, migrating along the Pacific coast into the... Yeah, that bridge they just spoke of is the Pacific Northwest. So it took them 3,000 years to cross the bridge, apparently. In the 100 years following the arrival of the Spanish to the Americas, this has nothing to do with North America. Large disease, doesn't. Large disease, no, it doesn't. Large disease, if he had ever landed there, but he didn't. Large disease, then how come the Taino know these motherfuckers and nobody else does? Large disease epidemics depopulated large parts of the eastern woods. Sure, they were just depopulated in the 15th century. Oh, you were here in the 1400s now. Make up your mind. In 1618 to 1619, 230 years later, from your reference point, smallpox killed 90% of the Native Americans in the area of the Massachusetts Bay. No, it didn't. Historians believe many Mohawk in present-day New York, which would have been called New Amsterdam at the time, became infected after contact with children of Dutch traders in Albany in 1634. Now, here's the thing. The British are still all about domination. The Dutch were about making money. The British traded slaves for 106 years before the Dutch started. Some shit like 96 years or some shit. And once the Dutch were doing it for 100 years and were good at it, the British, oh, this is no good. Other people are making money. This is wrong now. But they wouldn't officially outlaw it. They still never did. The air in Britain is too pure for the lungs of a slave. What does that mean? What does that mean? That's an official court ruling. The disease swept through Mohawk villages, reaching the Onondaga at Lake Ontario by 1636, and the lands of the Western Iroquois by 1679. Oh, you act like that was 45 years later, eh? As it was carried 45 years later. Right, it just spread. As it was carried by Mohawk and other Native Americans who traveled the trading routes. Can you please tell me why you keep skipping around on the fucking page whenever I'm trying to read it? Oh, dude. Anime. Pine Ridge. Okay. McQuash was the highest-ranking woman activist in the American Indian movement at the time. She was killed several months after 2 FBI agents had been killed. Many Lakota believe, no they don't, that she was killed by aim, no they don't, on suspicion of having been, you misspelled suspicion, yes you did, you spelled it wrong, I'm sure of it, of having been an FBI informant, but she never worked for the FBI. Here's the problem: the bullets that killed her supposedly don't match the gun he supposedly owned, and her hands were sawed off, if it's even her, because no, you can't identify. And they claim that happened from frostbite. Yeah, frostbite sawed off her hands. Right. There's a thing about cutting off Micmac hands, eh? Oh, I'm from Nicaragua. We would already cut your hands off for this by now. Remember that, Mr. White Chinese cop pretending to be Nicaraguan to somebody that actually speaks Spanish and actually knows that you know what I am? I'm actually black, and you're only considered a person of color by that tar brush comment that supposedly applies also to Asians. But the thing is, that's only because you're mixed. You're like 1/8 or some shit, if you can even quantify it that way. Cut off my hands, eh? It says here, this is more propaganda. Remember, this is officially, the proper term for this is propaganda, because it comes from the government to promote a viewpoint. On August 29th, 1911, Ishi, is it a mononym? Ishi, generally considered to have been the last Native American to live most of his life without contact with European American culture. Now they contradict themselves in the next sentence. Was discovered near Oroville, California after a forest fire drove him from nearby mountains. Okay, now what did they say? 1911, he was generally considered to be the last Native American to live most of his life without contact with European-American culture. A forest fire drove him from nearby mountains. He was the last of his tribe, the rest having been massacred by a party of white, capital W white, quote-unquote, Indian fighters in 1865, 46 years earlier, when he was a boy. Most of his life was affected by European American culture, you fucking retards. You know who's not affected? The kids growing up on the res up north today, eh? You dumb motherfucker. You don't listen to anything, eh? Oh, well, all the things we invented. You ain't never invented nothing, white boy. You were an indentured servant like the rest. That's why these fucking white supremacists hate me. Because I'm actually considered whiter than them. I'm actually, because of the estate connection, the plantation baby thing. Oh yeah, they were just in debt to masters. They've never owned a slave or a piece of land ever in generations. Ever. So when they would talk about being Neo this and Neo that, they weren't a part of the original version. After being jailed in protective custody, Ishi was released to anthropologists, oh thanks, led by some asshole with a German name, at the University of California. 1911, right just before, that's right, 1914 and 1918. What happened then? Same thing as 1812 to 1814, right? Sort of. They studied his Southern Yahi language. It's funny you got that capitalized. You're applying the word Southern, and culture, and provided him a home until his death from tuberculosis 5 years later. 46 years he stayed away from white people. Within 5 years he's dead of tuberculosis. Oh, and at the time your white doctors prescribed tobacco for it. You need some marijuana. See, she's bending over. Marijuana seeds for those planters. I'm not watching her. She just popped into view of my window like this. I did not ask for this building to be here. I was perfectly happy watching trains and seeing Mississauga from here. This is not so bad to look at either. Quietly, Indians reshape cities and reservations. New York Times, April 14, 2013. The word killed appears here 14 times. It's amazing what I... Yes, please make the phone totally symmetrical so we can't fucking... This camera don't work right. Why are you bringing out one? She's... Why? That's on purpose. That has to be. One freaking glass of water at a time to water all those plants. Oh, of course, you gotta bend right over. I'm being distracted. I'm gonna smoke this weed and listen to the Congolese. Like birds and fucking birdos. I just know there's some crazy tracks.
Electrolyte. Well, the ZF 400 looks like everything is moving much better on that route. No major issues. En développement international à l'Université d'Ottawa.
Pour réécouter nos entrevues, rendez-vous sur l'application audio ou sur notre site web radio-canada.ca/Matin-Toronto.
L'été, c'est souvent le temps idéal pour lire et vous avez Elvis justement de belles suggestions pour nous, une liste de lectures à nous proposer, des livres qui sortent ce mois-ci ou qui viennent tout juste de sortir.
Oui, parce que s'il est une chose que le confinement nous a permis de faire bien plus souvent, bon, bien sûr pour les personnes qui ont songé, hein, c'était de lire. Cela dit, on peut être en manque d'inspiration ou en avoir un peu marre des livres politiques portant sur Donald Trump, comme par exemple The Room Where It Happens de John Bolton ou encore le livre écrit par la nièce de Donald Trump. Donc pour les auditeurs qui sont dans cette situation, j'ai une petite solution, se tourner vers la littérature canadienne, francophone ou anglophone.
Oui, justement, vous avez des suggestions en lien avec la poésie francophone.
Oui, parce que ça peut être très relaxant d'écouter de la poésie. Je dis bien d'écouter de la poésie, non de la lire. Et je dis de l'écouter parce que les éditions de l'Internet ont récemment publié
So it flashed across the screen with Department of Defense. So of course I'm scrolling down to get to it. It would have taken 3 separate gestures to do, and if you did it in one shot by itself.
Qui est un roman post-apocalyptique de science-fiction qui raconte un monde dans lequel toutes les cultures et la récolte ont été ravagées par des insectes. C'est vraiment quelque chose de très futuriste et de très sombre, mais en même temps très passionnant. J'avais aussi parlé à l'écrivain au moment de la publication de son texte, un texte qui s'écoute vraiment bien comme un balado. Et ces 2 textes-là sont disponibles auprès des éditions L'Interligne pour les personnes qui veulent consommer de la littérature mais qui n'ont pas trop envie de lire.
Oui, et pour ceux qui voudraient lire, vous avez aussi des suggestions, une suggestion en anglais pour nous, une suggestion qui nous vient d'un grand Canadien, un acteur très connu à Hollywood, que les gens oublient peut-être qu'il est Canadien, mais Jim Carrey.
O's like OS, like the OS, because we got it in our O's. And I don't think you understand what the O's know, where the O's are in the ozone zone, where we go ozone by the ozone layer. I don't think you understand, but I really don't fucking care. I'm in the blood, smoke everywhere. Easy as I said, holy shit, why that is on purpose. I'm not saying she's doing it for me, but she wants somebody to watch. I watch.
I'm just dealing with my poison, I get it. So whoop, so whoop, so whoop. I'm just dealing with my poison, I get it. So whoop, so whoop, so whoop. I'm just dealing with my poison, I get it. So whoop, so whoop.
You gotta find out what weeds you did, man. Planting my seeds in another man's garden. I am guarding my yard like I guard rails. I don't think you understand. We do not have faith. We have fire sales. Guardian of cares about the snails and slugs and
The last of the damn breed. Twin hammers look like the Siamese. I got that beam from the Japanese. My French girl wave, you can remind me of mac and cheese. It is what it has to be. I'm killing out who's after me. They have to see we're rich and I swear what's up financially. Like who be frontin' for? They flying like this a chaplain. These bitches could have married a guy. It was a Magdalene. I shot like a little bro with Tagalog. It's these instrumentals we got with bragging on. It's rose with beer bro class riches we drag them on. The nigga with the gate and Sega was double dragon on. The Megatron landing in Lebanon. We was slapping it back and forth like a tether ball. Used to live on Fletcher Street, right in the Esplanade. Bitches want to strip and make us film it like espionage. You know that's why they set for it. Like why you niggas say protect your neck for it? Chopping in shit so we win. Like connect for the cylinder, always a spin. I connect for it, right into your dome when I get it out the chest to joy rapper. When you go on tour, it's all music. Maybe when we go on tour, it's all shootings. Like other shots got kicked, I gotta shoot it. Nigga, if you talk that talk, you gotta do it. Why they try me? I wear my heart on my iron sleeve. I'm the last of a down bread. Why they try me? I wear my heart on my iron sleeve. I'm the last of a down bread. Like he just wanna go on tour and make music. But every time you go on tours, it's all shootings. The last of a dying I'm the last of a dying breed. I uppercut these folks in their chin and they die with ease. I bleed what I have to bleed. This blood's what I have to see. So big, go sit with your fam. I call it Applebee's. Who the fuck trying to get stuck? Tell them ask for me, that match pack about to get struck. I brought the gasoline, I've never lost. I got OGs to get it back for me. Call me down, call me the crown, call me your majesty, God. They try to handle me, Lord. No, I don't play that. The bullets in that gray Mac A-track, they go way back. I buy them up, top your mom, like where the safe at. Put numbers on your head, you already covered in face stats, boy. Why they always trying to snake that, boy? Charlie got the defibrillator to shake that, boy. Forget about it, you turn me to Rocky ASAP, boy. I'm the last of a dying breed that wanna break that, boy. Like, you bringing all that beef to the farm, my man's branded you. If you don't get respect in the streets, I can't stand with you. They tell you you a threat on the beat, your man's scamming you. The Benz is like a beast when it spins. Crash Bandicoot, pull up with a camera crew. Cannons in your face now. Anybody that's lying to us is lying face down. White boy, nice with a pen. This ain't no 8 Mile. We playing hopscotch in the spots where the body's traced out. Cause when you go on tour, it's all music. And baby, when we go on tour, it's just shootings. Drive-bys, your eyes wide shut, we gone Cooper. So we ain't really battle that talk, we just do shit. I wear my heart on my iron sleeve. I'm the last of a damn bread. Why they try me? I wear my heart on my iron sleeve. I'm the last of a damn bread. Like he just wanna go on tour and make music. I'm the last of a damn bread. But every time you go on tours, it's all shootings. I'm the last of a damn bread.
This is 4G warfare. Why the fuck you can't pay for the 5G for software when you all software and fucking hardware? Gee, I don't think you understand what I should walk on 2G. Like all of that by myself, like on 2Gs. They don't need 2Gs, like the 2C
Black bandana, black and green bandana, 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 black bandana, black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black bandana, black and green. I'm that gang shit, I'm that we don't play shit. Let it spray shit, flossing ain't okay shit. Let it bang shit, let your colors hang shit. On that great shit, chopper stick and flame shit. Know you hate shit, know you met today, bitch. We done made it, off the block we skated. Massachusetts, made its way to New York State. Puzzle piece gang, we can take this whole country. One block at a time, bricks and halves, quarters, dimes. Flip it one more time, stacking paper, got this crime. Facts are shit, you dealt with on the real quick. Extra clips, blacks to build up to 10. Black bandana, black and green bandana. 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 Black bandana, black bandana, black and green. 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 Tony Montana, you ain't got your shit on us. Now blow up children in the car because we get no fuck. Throw up your flag, throw up your signs and represent. Play with the crew, make it guns, make it wet. Dangerous like us, so much in the opposite. We in the bus and you want to stay with the heaven. I'm not gonna like you get my fucking white. I got that heart that's up my fucking white. You couldn't serve the beats, feeding addiction. My money straight, this life I lead the fucking bitch. I will do black and black and feel like Elliot Grips. Black bandana, black and green bandana. Black bandana, black and green bandana. Black bandana, black and green.
Dispersés par la police, mais ils se sont regroupés pour prendre d'autres itinéraires. Ceux du quartier Matipichan n'étaient pas en reste. Ils ont eu à faire face aux forces de l'ordre. D'autres encore venaient de quartiers Kra, Kigoma et même d'ailleurs. Pour les disperser, les forces de l'ordre ont fait usage des gaz lacrymogènes. Ce tir était loin de les décourager. Il y en a qui se sont retrouvés.
Bandana, black bandana, black and green bandana, black bandana, black bandana, black and green, black bandana.
If you switch right between the two, it's not.
Sur le boulevard Moussiri, en tenant des chants hostiles à Ronsard Malonda et même aux autorités provinciales. Pour l'instant, ce sont des tirs sporadiques qui sont entendus ça et là, à l'instar de ceci. À Kasumbalesa, c'est une marée humaine qui a tout bravé pour se retrouver dans la rue. À Kipushi, les manifestants partis de la cité se rendaient au centre-ville, mais en ont été empêchés par la police à la hauteur de l'avenue Kaponda. Par contre, à Likasi, plusieurs sources renseignent que le confinement a été respecté. Les rues sont restées désertes et seuls les policiers et militaires sont visibles à plusieurs endroits. Lubumbashi, Jean Gandou, Radio Kapi.
Depuis la campagne dénommée « Le Congo n'est pas à vendre » s'insurge contre le silence et la léthargie de la justice congolaise dans le traitement du dossier de David Ngettler, cet homme d'affaires israélien qui est au centre des scandales financiers à la Gécamine. Lors d'une conférence de presse animée ce mercredi à Kinshasa, cette plateforme de la société civile a fait remarquer que cet homme d'affaires israélien a amassé une fortune estimée à plus d'1 milliard de dollars américains à travers des transactions de diamants, le cuivre, le cobalt, le zinc et l'or grâce à des connexions avec l'élite congolaise en violation des lois financières et des intérêts des Congolais. Que fait la justice? Désigne le porte-parole de cette campagne. Emmanuel Nkula est au micro de Jeff Ngoy.
Les mines sont les biens du peuple congolais. On ne peut pas admettre que dans un pays où les gens vivent sous le seuil de la pauvreté, qu'on continue à dilapider ou qu'un groupe d'individus continue à amasser de grandes sommes d'argent au détriment du peuple congolais. Il n'est pas interdit à une entreprise publique de vendre ses passifs, mais ça doit se faire selon les règles. Il faut qu'il y ait des appels d'offres et qu'on sache, même la représentation nationale devrait être consultée. On ne peut pas continuer à vendre des biens de l'État sans qu'il y ait un processus ouvert et compétitif. Donc ça, c'est le message clé. Le deuxième message clé que nous demandons, c'est, en fait, le monsieur est sanctionné partout, aux États-Unis, au Royaume-Uni et récemment en Suisse.
Bandana, black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black and green, bandana, 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 black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black and green.
Why do we need an electric Mustang? What idiot at Homoco is competing with diesels?
Black bandana, black and green, bandana.
There's shootings and things going on in the Congo, and the radio station just went down.
Black bandana, black and green, bandana.
Say that again.
Black bandana, black and green, bandana. 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 Black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black and green, black bandana. Black bandana, black and green. I'm that gang shit, I'm that we don't play shit. Let it spray shit, plus a need no shit. Let it bang shit.
Des militants de l'UDPS et de certains autres partis politiques ont également marché ce jeudi à Lubumbashi, à Kipushi et à Kasumbalesa. Ils dénonçaient l'entérinement des autorités de la province du Haut-Katanga. Seule la ville de Likasi a respecté ce mot d'ordre de confinement. À Lubumbashi,
À Lubumbashi, les manifestants sont partis de plusieurs points et convergés vers le centre-ville. Ceux qui étaient déjà à la grande place de la Poste étaient dispersés par la police, mais ils se sont regroupés pour prendre d'autres itinéraires. Ceux du quartier Maplehurst n'étaient pas en reste. Ils ont eu à faire face aux forces de l'ordre. D'autres encore venaient de quartiers Kra, Kigoma et même d'ailleurs. Pour les disperser, les forces de l'ordre ont fait usage de gaz lacrymogènes. Ce tir était loin de les décourager. Il y en a qui se sont retrouvés sur le boulevard Moussiri, en tenant des chants hostiles à Ronsard Malonda et même aux autorités provinciales. Pour l'instant, ce sont des tirs sporadiques qui sont entendus ça et là, à l'instar de ceci. À Kasumbalesa, c'est une marée humaine qui a tout bravé pour se retrouver dans la rue. À Kipushi, les manifestants partis de la cité se rendaient au centre-ville, mais en ont été empêchés par la police à la hauteur de l'avenue Kaponda. Par contre, à Likasi, plusieurs sources renseignent que le confinement a été respecté. Les rues sont restées désertes et seuls les policiers et militaires sont visibles à plusieurs endroits. Lubumbashi, Jangandou, Radio Kapi.
Depuis la campagne dénommée, le Congo n'est pas à vendre et s'insurge contre le silence et la léthargie de la justice congolaise dans le traitement du dossier de David Ngettler, cet homme d'affaires israélien qui est au centre des scandales financiers à la Gécamine. Lors d'une conférence de presse animée ce mercredi à Kinshasa, cette plateforme de la société civile a fait remarquer que cet homme d'affaires israélien a amassé une fortune estimée à plus d'1 milliard de dollars américains à travers des transactions de diamants, le cuivre, le cobalt, le...
Chopper spitting flame shit. Know you ain't shit. Know you mad today, bitch. We done made it. Off the block we skated. Massachusetts made its way to New York State. Puzzle piece game. We can take this whole country one block at a time. Bricks and halves, quarters, dimes. Flip it one more time. Stacking paper, godless crime. Facts like shit. Black and n'était pas pris. Aujourd'hui, on parlerait peut-être à des millions de gens contaminés. Parce que vous allez vous rappeler que jusqu'à aujourd'hui, certaines provinces ne sont pas encore touchées grâce à l'état d'urgence. Parce que lorsqu'on aura dit qu'on n'accorde plus l'état d'urgence, c'est que les restrictions de liberté que les gens sont condamnés aujourd'hui ne vont plus exister. Lorsqu'on va dire on n'accorde plus l'état d'urgence, c'est que le port de masque, par exemple, ne va plus être obligatoire. Parce que c'est grâce à l'état d'urgence qu'on impose ces restrictions aux citoyens. Alors, à ce moment-là, on ne va plus interdire le mouvement des citoyens. Si je vais me rendre, par exemple, chez moi au Sankourou, je vais me rendre, on ne va plus l'interdire. Donc, vous voyez que beaucoup de les restrictions que nous observons aujourd'hui vont disparaître avec la non-prorogation de l'état d'urgence. Est-ce que le fait que le gouvernement maintient la prorogation de cet état d'urgence, est-ce que les députés ne voient pas ça, n'analysent pas ça? Est-ce que nous mette fin à l'épidémie ou qu'on vive avec cela, avec toutes les conséquences que cela pourrait en découdre? Donc moi je crois que les députés n'ont pas bien réfléchi. En disant même que nous n'allons plus prolonger. S'ils veulent mettre fin aujourd'hui, la Constitution leur donne le droit. Parce que l'article 144, dernier alinéa, dit que ils peuvent, l'Assemblée nationale et le Sénat peuvent prendre une loi pour mettre fin à l'état d'urgence. Pourquoi doivent décider non, nous n'allons plus prolonger, mais qui leur empêche de prendre une loi pour dire fin à l'état d'urgence? Ils peuvent prendre cette loi-là et ils seront tenus pour responsables de tout ce qui
Oui, maître Donatien, mais il faut quand même que l'opinion soit fixée entre le déconfinement et l'état d'urgence, qu'on puisse quand même faire la différence entre ces deux concepts.
Bon, il y a ceci. L'état d'urgence, c'est pour permettre à l'exécutif de restreindre certaines libertés pour permettre à ce que le déconfinement réussisse. Le déconfinement, d'abord, c'est une mesure de l'état d'urgence. Ça veut dire quoi? On vous interdit le mouvement. Par exemple, on dit qu'il n'y a pas de gens qui quittent Kinshasa pour aller à l'intérieur, pour revenir. Donc, dans une situation normale où il n'y a pas d'état d'urgence, le gouvernement n'a pas ce pouvoir-là d'interdire le mouvement des citoyens. Parce que ce sont des droits reconnus par la Constitution aux citoyens, les droits d'aller et de venir. Mais grâce à l'état d'urgence, on a dit, parce que green bandana. Black and green, black bandana, black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black bandana, black and green. Tony Montana, you ain't got your shit on us. Now, throw children in the car because we get no fuck. Grow up your black, grow up your sunset. They with the crew, no KT guns, slit your neck. We dangerous like Buster Bus in 97. We aiming bust and you wanna stay way to heaven. I'm about to lie, forget the fact I'm fucking white. I got that heart that's soft, I cook that fucking white. In my kitchen, serving fiends, feeding addiction. My money's straight, this life I lead the fucking bitchin'. I wave with flags, black and green like LA Crips. But we ain't them, this puzzle piece came here, bitch. Black bandana, black and green bandana. 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 Black bandana, black bandana, black and green. Black bandana, black bandana. bandana, black and green, black bandana, black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black bandana, black bandana. Black bandana, black and green bandana, 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 black bandana, black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black bandana, black and green. I'm that gang shit, I'm that we don't play shit. Let it spray shit, plus an ain't okay shit. Let it bang shit, let your colors hang shit. On that crazy shit, chop the split and flame shit. Know you hate shit, know you mad today, bitch. We done made it, off the block we skated. Massachusetts, made its way to New York State. Was a peace game, we can take this whole country one block at a time, bricks and halves, quarters down. Flip it one more time, stacking paper, godless crime. Facts like shit, tell me on the real quick. Extra clips, blacks and good up to the 10. Black bandana, black and green bandana, 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 black bandana. Black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black bandana, black and green. Tony Montana, you ain't got your shit on us. Blow up children in the car because we getting no fuck. Grow up your flag, grow up your signs and represent. Play with the crew, make KT guns, slit your neck. We dangerous like Buster Bus in 97. We aiming bustin', you wanna stay way to heaven. I'm about to like to get the fact and fucking white. I got that heart that's soft that put that fucking white. In my kitchen serving fiends feeding addiction. My money's straight, this life I leave you fucking bitchin'. I wave them flags of black and green like LA Crips. But we ain't them, this puzzle piece can't need it.
You're steaming, bro. You should let me catch you. What are you doing on my legs, stupid? You left a bit of a wet spot. That's a little weird. Okay, what the fuck are going on with this? Please stop fucking around with this stupid system, but like it looks so stupid when you're doing it because you have to manually adjust the whole fucking screen.
Notamment sur les comment enterrer nos morts et aussi comment doivent fonctionner les exercices informels dans notre pays, notamment des bistrots, des bars et tant d'autres, pour permettre à ce que les gens commencent déjà à vivre avec et prennent des décisions pour vivre avec cette maladie.
Oui, c'est une bonne chose. Je dis les actes réglementaires, par exemple, le gouverneur de la ville peut prendre un arrêté urbain pour dire, écoutez, voici comment le bistrot va fonctionner. Vous allez ouvrir à 9h et vous allez fermer, par exemple, à 18h. Prenez des dispositions pour qu'il y ait une distanciation entre vos différents clients, que les chaises ne soient pas placées à côté des uns sur les autres, qu'on garde de la distanciation. Ça, c'est un acte réglementaire, mais qui est une bonne chose. Mais le problème, c'est quoi, hier? Quand vous observez, nous, Congolais, nous n'arrivons pas à très bien expliquer ces choses. J'ai été dernièrement dans une morgue à l'hôpital des Chinois. Mais vous voyez, les gens portent des masques, mais les masques sont sous les manteaux. Et ils se parlent comme ça. Moi, je me suis dit, mais pourquoi on a porté ces masques-là? Parce que vous ne les mettez pas, vous ne couvrez pas la bouche, mais vous parlez à 0 mètre, mais vous avez chacun son masque. Donc, ça, c'est aussi un problème. C'est pourquoi l'état d'urgence est bien pour renforcer certaines choses. Mais vivre avec la maladie et avec la pandémie, c'est bien. Mais la difficulté, c'est quoi? À la différence, c'est parce que j'ai entendu certaines personnes dire non, il y a la malaria qui est là, il y a le sida qui est là, il y a un cancer. Il faut faire attention entre des maladies dont on a déjà trouvé des solutions. La malaria a des produits
question, on vous détecte que vous avez la malaria, vous prenez ce produit-là, la maladie est partie. Mais ici, c'est une pandémie, une maladie dont on n'a pas encore trouvé un médicament. Et donc, vous comprenez que tout dépend, même quand les gens qui sont aujourd'hui dans les hôpitaux, ils ne sont pas soignés comme ils se doivent, ils sont soignés par rapport aux symptômes qu'ils présentent. Vous faites la fièvre, on vous donne un antiparésien. Vous faites vous avez la rime, on vous donne l'anti-rime. Donc, on ne soigne que les symptômes, mais on ne soigne pas la maladie. Donc, c'est plus dangereux que les maladies qui sont avec nous, mais dont on a déjà le produit. C'est ça le risque. Oui, mais Maître Coco, à l'absence d'un acte réglementaire, aux côtés de prolongations successives de l'état d'urgence, mais la population elle-même se prend en charge. C'est comme vous l'avez dit, dans les lieux de deuil, les gens ne respectent pas les gestes barrières. Quand vous allez même, comme l'a dit d'ailleurs un des députés lors du débat, sur la 6e fois, pour la prolongation pour la 6e fois de cet état d'urgence, que quand vous allez par exemple à Willery, il y a maintenant des bistrots secrets, et quand vous allez et même dans des quartiers, il y a des lieux mortuaires qui sont organisés en secret, mais finalement, nous connaîtrons dans les jours à venir pire que ce que nous avons connu avant, peut-être le pic de cette maladie. Non, mais c'est ça qui est dangereux et irresponsable à gérer. Imaginez, avec les interdictions, le comportement des citoyens. Mais lorsque vous enlevez les interdictions, ça va être pire qu'avant. Donc, moi, je ne sais pas comment les Congolais...
Where is this guy? Is there like, is he right on the corner somewhere?
Éduquer le Congolais à comprendre que nous sommes dans une situation anormale. Peut-être qu'avec la communication, ça peut aller. Mais sinon, moi, je parie fort que si aujourd'hui, on met fin à l'état d'urgence et que toutes les libertés sont permises, ça va être pire que ce que nous vivons aujourd'hui. Et à ce moment-là, même les quelques centres de santé qui prennent les gens en charge seront dépassés. Alors, on va poursuivre cette émission avec les auditeurs qui nous ont rejoints. On va ouvrir les standards pour les accueillir. Nous rappelons à ceux qui veulent participer à ces débats, ils peuvent nous rejoindre donc sur notre page Facebook ou également sur pa@radiocapi.net.
Donc, nous allons allons-y à la place de centre de...
Radio Capi vous propose des programmes en mode télétravail suite à l'état d'urgence sanitaire en cours. Retrouvez toutes nos émissions interactives au Capi Service du lundi au vendredi de 10h à 12h, en rediffusion de 20h à 22h, heure de Kinshasa. Parole aux auditeurs du lundi au vendredi de 13h à 14h, en rediffusion de 22h à 23h, heure de Kinshasa. Dialogue entre Congolais du lundi au vendredi de 19h15 jusqu'à 20h, en rediffusion le lendemain matin de 4h45 jusqu'à 5h30, heure de Kinshasa. Radio Capi vous présente toutes ses excuses pour toutes sortes de désagréments et perturbations constatées durant notre antenne. Prenez bien soin de vous et de vos proches. Radio Capi, encore plus près de vous pour mieux vous servir.
Parole aux auditeurs, J.R. Games.
Merci encore de votre fidélité à Radio Capi. Jules, vous êtes à Bukavu, bonjour et bienvenue dans Parole aux auditeurs.
Oui, bonjour M. JR et bonjour à tous les auditeurs de la Radio Capi. C'est Madeleine Jules, activiste du mouvement citoyen Oriental le peuple.
Quelle est votre contribution?
Moi, je pense que pour cet acte de l'état d'urgence sanitaire, donc de la prorogation de l'état d'urgence sanitaire, moi, c'est un acte qui est sanitaire pour moi. D'autant plus que la façon dont nous sommes dirigés dans notre pays, je pense que notre gouvernement ne sera pas à mesure.
Ah, see what the fuck happens? No, see, well, I guess we're not interested in it because your service sucks. I didn't tell you to get a shitty phone in Africa. The fuck is he talking on? All these people talking are people with money. Every single one of them. This is interesting. Well, this is great. Nothing works. Holy fuck, man. Jesus. Oh no. Think your little fucking brother. Big brother. Can your big brother tell you about me? Can you tell you don't bite that way? Ooh, where the fuck did you go, motherfucker? You pop like popcorn. Beware of that, eh?